What's up, everyone? Welcome in. Happy Wednesday, Wildin Out Wednesday. Buenos dias, bienvenidos. We got Gufini with us, of course. How's everybody doing today? Gufini says he's doing fine. We are going to be doing drawing today, guys. Keeping it chill. Actually, we got to go to get in line because the next one is at 11:30. And first character, that hopefully we can make it over there, is going to be Pluto. We're going to be drawing Pluto. What's up, Karina? Good morning. Buenos dias. Daniel Rodriguez. Hello, hello. Disney Love, welcome in. Louis Alba, good morning. Junior, what's up, Junior? This is good. 11s, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Liz Ramos, welcome. Says, I'm at work. My kids will draw with you. They have paper and pencil ready. Yes. Awesome. Says, Sergio loved Goofy dancing. Eileen Casimiro, welcome. Magical Maddie, good morning. What's up, Dr. Maxwell? Howdy, howdy. All right, so I did bring my my notebook, so I don't have to be carrying around the sheets. This isn't mine. This is actually from one of the artists here, Danny. One of my favorite artists when they draw and how they teach. So we'll be drawing on this, and then I'll be sharing with you guys, and you guys can rate it. Let me know what you think. But I encourage everyone to draw along. Do wherever you want to draw. Do get some scratch paper. I forgot who would do it, that they would do it on Post-its. That's a cool way. I mean, little miniature things that you can put wherever. Use pencil, marker, eyeliner, lo que tengan. Toilet paper. Makes you be a little bit more delicate. Carrie B, good morning. Says Pluto's my favorite. All right, let's get going over here. Just Mini Girl, buenos dias. Says good morning, have your happy drawing. Brian Hertzberger, welcome. Elena Flores, good morning. What's up, Andrew? Liz Ramos with the $4.99 super chat says, have a great day. We love Just a Guy and a Girl. Love. Is it Lainey or Lani and Sergio? Or Lani? I never know anymore. Thank you, guys. Guys, can we drop the tamales, the hots in the chat for Liz Ramos and family? Junior says, toilet paper, don't you mean Disneyland's official tracing paper? Yes. So once upon a time. Whoa, these lines are kind of trippy when you're looking down. Whoa, that'll really mess with you. Is it for Pluto? Yeah, great. Thank you. All right. Well, we're going to try and talk over a little bit because I know we're going to get a copyright in here at some point, so let's try to minimize the amount. No, I got my notebook. Thank you. So seriously, guys, draw along. You know, don't be intimidated. The cast members, they make it really simple, really easy to follow along and share. Share with the community. You guys know this is a safe space. So feel free to share. Drop it either on Discord or send it through Instagram. And I'll be sharing your guys' masterpieces. You know, and I was watching this video, Neil deGrasse Tyson. I love his stuff. Celeste doesn't really care for him, but I love his content. Anyways, he was talking about how art or artists or the arts, I guess, is a true form of expression. You know, because he was pointing out how, like, yeah, a scientist, like, he can discover something that was already out there. You know, but an artist creates something that nobody before has created and nobody after will create that exact same thing. You know, so they truly are masterpieces. Carrie B says, I updated my iOS and my YouTube app is up to date and I still don't have the emojis. What? Did you do them in that order? I'm telling you, when I went to look at the App Store, for me, when I went to the YouTube app, it was just telling me to open. But once I click on, you know, the little square, let me show you. So it would say, like, you know how it says open? I click over here, and when I came to here, right there, it told me update. And I thought that had fixed the issue for all the iPhone users. Wait, let me see, do I have mine? Yeah, I do. I'm sorry, Carrie. I don't know what the issue could be then. Vanessa, good morning. It says, hi, good, almost afternoon. Thanks for bringing us along today. Thank you for joining. What's up, Wondrous Journey? Buenos dias. It's just like those trippy lines made you feel is exactly how Traviso makes me feel. So, buenos dias, by the way. What's up? I'm a Jeep guy. Good morning. Or good afternoon almost. So I'll give you a little update as to the phone call from Monday. It took forever to get a call back. But after this drawing session, we'll chat a little bit. The main thing is we're off the hook for now until the next one. Carrie B says you were right. It said open on mine, and I clicked on it, and it ended up saying update. I see them now. Yay! Yeah, I don't know why it wasn't It wasn't showing update like it normally does. I think this Pooh got pretty big quick. Hey, are these new drawings? I don't know if I remember that one. So we just let everybody go. That way we can kind of find a spot.
We are going to be saving that back row for just wheelchairs and PCBs. So our courtesy of those folks, still have these rooms here. Looks like I'm going to have room for, let's see, 5 more here in the yellow row. Let's see, 6 seats here in the orange row. Feel free to open up that blue row there as well. Excellent. Now once you're seated though, you have 3 things on your lap: a board, paper, and a pencil. Well, how's everyone doing today?
Great.
Good. Not too bad. Awesome. Welcome to Animation Academy. My name is Darren. I'm a Disney artist, here to teach you all how to draw Mickey's best friend, Pluto. And as y'all are entering, you're all greeted by my awesome friend Sam. Everyone say hi, Sam. And Sam's going to be here to help you out. Sir Pencil does happen to break here, so raise your hand nice and high. As the rest for Sam, we'll be more than happy to help you. Now Sam's also up there to show your exit doors. If you leave the class for any reason, just give one of those doors a great big push, just like she's demonstrating there. And it will lead you right back outside to our courtyard. Thank you, Sam. And now, is this anyone's first time here at the Animation Academy? Never been before? Quite a few here. Welcome to your first class. For my new timers, I want to take a look at the ends of your pencils. What's missing? An eraser. Yes, that's solely done on purpose. That's because here at the Animation Academy, we draw in a style called rough sketching. What that means is, we're going to be starting off by drawing very light and loose, really rough and messy. And as we start to get in those details, we're going to go back in later to darken in the lines that we want to keep. Now with all that being said though, are you folks ready to draw a dog today? Yeah, excellent. To get us started with our portraits of Pluto, he's going to start with a basic shape, and the shape's going to be a circle here. And so, you want to draw the circle about the size of a baseball. Orange is a good size here as well. Best tip for circles, what I recommend is locking your wrists in place and really letting your shoulder build up that shape there. Because your shoulder does have that natural rotation to it. And so as you can see here, I'm keeping my circle very light, really rough and sketchy. I'm just really building up my circle with lots and lots of curved lines, really blending all these lines together to make one big shape. Now once you've got your circle in place, next steps we need to add in are what we call guidelines to help us place in some of Pluto's features. And so we're going to hop to the top of our circle. Just very lightly, we'll cut our circle right in half, right down the middle. And this line's just showing us that Pluto is going to be facing towards us. Then from the bottom of our circle here, we're going to lightly stretch across a horizontal guideline. And this line is going to help us in placing in Pluto's eyes. And now that we've got those guidelines in place, we do need to add in just a couple more basic shapes to help us out with Pluto's jowls, his little muzzle here. And so we're going to go right below our circle. And for right between our guidelines here on the left, you want to lightly sketch in this very big oval, really big egg shape that's kind of tilted at this slight angle here. Then as we hop to the right hand side of our guidelines, add in one more oval on the right. This is going to give us what will look like Mickey doing a handstand here on our paper, and his ears got squished. And this will give us our basic foundation for Pluto, but it looks nothing like him. But now that we have this foundation in place, first feature we'll add in for our dog is going to be his nose here. Now Pluto does have a very good sense of smell to him, and so to add in his nose, we're going to go right between our two ovals, and we're going to sketch in a smaller oval from right between those two. And once you got this really big grape or jelly bean shape of a nose in place, the nose here is going to be the first feature that we want to go back and lock in. Now for any of my new timers here, whenever we say locking in, That's really just a fancy way we like to say, really bold or darken in your favorite lines from those either ones that we started with. Now, as we start to shade in Pluto's nose here, it does rest on the snout, but if we leave his portrait like this here, Pluto's going to look like he ran into a wall, and we don't really want that for him here. And so to give him some snout lines, just like his nose is coming out towards us, we're going to hop right above his nose, and we're going to cap this off with a rainbow going right across the top here. But since Pluto has a really long snout to him, he actually has 3 of these snout lines. So once you got this first one nice and dark, we'll hop right above that one, draw in a shorter rainbow. And then from that second rainbow, we'll hop right above that one and draw in the shortest one of all. And so this should look like we just drew in this Wi-Fi symbol sitting above his nose here. He probably gets the best reception. Now from the ends of that shortest snout line, that's where his cheeks are going to be resting. And so to add in those cheeks for Pluto, I'm going to start here on this left-hand side. And from the end of that snout line, we're going to sketch in these little candy canes. You can also think of these as some little hook shapes, some little coffee mug handles here along the sides as well. And as you stretch these candy canes from the sides of that circle, you want to hook these candy canes to the top of each oval here. Now, Pluto here is a pretty happy puppy most days, and so to give him some smile lines next, we're going to go to the insides of his cheeks, and right in the middle here, you want to sketch in an even smaller candy cane. You can also think of these as some upside down letter J's, or even the Nike symbol as well, just do it. And once you got those smile lines in place, this is where we can lock in the rest of Pluto's jowls, really make this one big shape for him. And so we're actually going to start just right below his nose, and we're going to close off that gap between our 2 ovals by bridging it together with a little rainbow from right between the 2. Then from our smile lines here, this is where we'll pick out our favorite oval line, and we can lock this in all the way around now. Now, Pluto here didn't always start as Mickey's best friend that we know and love today. In fact, when Pluto first debuted, he actually didn't belong to Mickey Mouse at first. His original owner at the time was actually Minnie Mouse. Now, when she owned him, she originally named him Rover. Can you imagine meeting Rover the dog today? It wasn't until Minnie realized that she was more of a cat lady that she decided to give Mickey Pluto and adopted Figaro the cat from Pinocchio. But now that we got his muzzle nice and dark, this is where we can give Pluto some of his whiskers that he has. And there really is no right or wrong way to how you sketch these in. There's just a couple of flicks of the pencil here on each side. But if you've ever gotten a chance to see Pluto here in the parks, he's always seen with what we call an open mouth or laughing smile. And that smile's there to show you that he's super happy, even if you see him from far away. And so to add in that same kind of smile here in our portraits, we're going to go right back to our smile lines here, right where we added in those candy canes. And just very lightly, we're going to stretch down a diagonal line here on each side. And then keeping these lines nice and light as I go right through his jowls, just right along the sides of his nose there. And as you reach the bottom of his jowls, we'll connect it together at the bottom by adding in this very light letter U here. And so this first letter U is going to give us just the inside of Pluto's mouth. To add in his lower lip next, we're going to follow those same steps. But this time, we're going to go to the ends of his cheeks. So right where we ended those larger candy canes, we'll bring down one more diagonal line here on each side. Because we really do want to give Pluto this nice, really big, happy smile here. Because when your owner's the richest mouse in the world, who wouldn't be happy? I'm pretty sure Pluto eats that very fancy organic dog food. Mickey can definitely afford it. Now, with that open mouth smile in place though, we still kept it nice and light, because when dogs are happy, what do we see sticking outside their mouths? Yes, their tongues. And so it comes to adding in Pluto's tongue next. We're going to go to the inside of his mouth now, and on this right hand side here, I'm going to bring down the first half of his tongue by bringing down this little candy cane, and I'll go ahead and extend this just right below his lower lip there. Then when it comes to building up the other half of his tongue, we'll hop to this right-hand side, and we'll add in one more candy cane on the left. But as we start to bring the second candy cane down, we actually want this one to wrap around the first one, So I'm going to make a little U-turn right towards the bottom. And as I bring this letter U right back up, I'm going to go in and connect this right back to the inside of his mouth here. And so once you've got his tongue in place, we can also lock in the sides of his lower lip that are still sticking out on the sides. That's not being hidden by his tongue here too. With his smile in place, the hardest parts of our drawings are complete, and you all are actually about halfway done with your sketches of Pluto. And so with all the hard stuff out of the way here, this is where we're going to work on the most important feature wall for this dog, and that's going to be his eyes. Now for Pluto though, he does have these very big expressive eyes to him. And so for these next shapes, his eyes are going to be these two tall ovals that pretty much take up our entire circle here. And so to build up his eyes, we're going to go to the top of our shape here. And from our center guideline, you want to sketch in the stretched out letter V right towards the top. It's going to look like one of those stick figure birds that you draw on the corners of your papers, the ones that will kind of fly off into the sunset. And then to build up the sides of his eyes, we'll go right inside of our circle, and from his cheek here, you want to pull up this very big letter C curve, really just a stretched out parenthesis. And as I start to bring this curve up, to really give myself that oval shape, you want to blend it together at the top, just adding in this little hill there. Now when it comes to their character designs, Goofy and Pluto are pretty similar, but a big difference between the two is actually in their eyes here. Because Pluto is more of an alert character and has to stay focused, especially when he's chasing around those chipmunks, he actually has that separation between his eyes. And so once you build up these ovals, you also want to go ahead and lock in that guideline running right down the center. But we don't want to leave Pluto like this here, otherwise he's going to look like he's seeing some things. Looking a little spooky here. And so this is where you can get creative with your sketches. You can have Pluto looking any way you like, maybe up, down, cross-eyed. You can add in hearts, stars, doggy bones in his eyes. But if you want to keep them nice and classic, just right at the bottom of each eye here, I'm drawing in just a couple smaller ovals for his pupils. And since the eyes are really where we as the audience really connect with our characters, I like to go back in. I'll push down just a little bit harder on my pencil, and I'll bring all of that attention and focus is right towards the middle of his eyes here. And so now that we've got Pluto nice and awake, to make him a little bit more expressive now, we do want to give our dog some eyebrows. When it comes to adding in those eyebrows here, that's by hopping right above his eyes, and from the top of our oval, we're going to follow that same curve. And so I'm starting with this left eyebrow, just pulling up this stretched out rainbow. You can also think of these really as a couple of arches to sit above his eyes here as well. And the taller you draw these above his eyes, the more excited and expressive Pluto is going to look in your drawings too. Pluto here was loosely based off of a bloodhound, and we can tell this here in that little bump that he has towards the back of his head. And so to show that little bit of his smart bone, you want to go right between his eyebrows, and we're going to bridge it together with a little rainbow from right between the two. And so once you got his bump in place, we can also lock in the sides of Pluto's head by just picking out our favorite circle line from right between his eyebrows and the tops of his cheeks there. And there you folks have it. We have Pluto the seal. Not so much a dog just yet. Now, when it comes to adding in his ears here, he does have these little ear muscles on the sides of his head for where those ears attach to. And so to add in that little muscle, we're just going to hop right above his cheeks. And from the side of his head now, we're going to draw in these two small little C curves, some little bumps here on the sides of his head. So right now it's going to look like we're giving Pluto some AirPods here at first. He's probably listening to Snoop Dogg, maybe Pitbull, definitely not Doja Cat. Now, when it comes to the shapes of his ears, you want to think of these shapes really as a couple of stretched out teardrops or even a necktie as well. Because his ears are going to be wider at the bottom, but get thinner as they get closer to the sides of his head. And you can get creative with Pluto's ears. You can have these perking up, maybe just dropping straight down to the sides here. For me though, I like to give him a little Pocahontas moment. kind of have his ears flowing in the wind. So from that little ear muscle, I'm lightly sketching in the stretched out letter S curve. Really just give myself that nice flow to his ear there. But to really give myself that teardrop shape, just like how we built up his tongue here, I'm going to make a little U-turn. And so this will be that start of the teardrop and also the widest part of his ear here too. And from the end of that letter U, as we get right back to the side of his head, I'm going to make sure that I really taper off the ear, really make it nice and thin, the closer and closer I get to the side of his head here. Now for this right ear here, I like to have this one kind of perking up in the opposite direction, but I'll still follow those same steps. So I'll lightly sketch in that stretched out letter S, kind of curving this up rather in that downward position there. Now, as you all were coming into the parks today, I'm sure you passed those cute little security dogs at the gates there. Now, there's a cute little story about those dogs in particular, though, because when we as cast members get our jobs here at Disney, and we go through our little orientations, we're actually given our name tags from Mickey Mouse. Now, when the dogs are going through training for security, and they pass their little classes there, they're actually given their badges from Pluto. And I know, right? And the entire security unit is called the Pluto unit as well. Now, once you've got his ears in place, they are that nice jet black color. So if you do want to add in some shading, what I recommend is taking the side of your pencil here, really using it as a crayon, and this will give you a nice even toned here shading. You won't get those scratchy marks on your paper, and it'll also keep your pencil sharp here too. But this is always my favorite step, because when you hear the shading out there, it's always like ASMR to me. I'm sure some of you may know Pluto here was named after the discovery of the planet, but as we know in recent years though, that planet did get a bit of a downgrade. But when this happened, Disney actually held a live press conference to announce to the world that even though the planet Pluto wasn't a planet anymore, our Pluto was still a star. So talk about moment, right? Now, once you got that shading in place though, that A is going to be the last step that you need for sketches of this dog here. And so this is the time in your drawings when you want to go back in, do some touch-up work, really darken in any lines that might have faded away in the drawing process that you'd love to stand out nice and dark. I always like to draw in some doggy slobber to the tip of his tongue here. But the last mark any artist truly needs to leave on their work before it's complete are going to be your signatures. So make sure you do find a spot somewhere next to your drawing here. And go ahead and sign big and proud, because you have just learned how to draw your very own portrait of Pluto. All right, now in the end, did you all have fun?
Yes.
Yes, that's the most important part about drawing, is really having fun here. But before we say goodbye, let's see all the amazing dogs here today. So we're gonna have a quick little dog show. On the count of 3, let you all to raise your boards high and proud, and take a moment to look around, because we all drew Pluto a little differently here. So 1, 2, 3, Pluto, everyone, let's take a look out here. Amazing work here in the first 2 rows. Nice big happy puppies all around here. And in the middle rows as well, y'all got really playful with the ears. Nice big expressive eyes. Definitely nailed it with its proportions. And in the back rows too, look at that bold line work. Super soft shading. Dare I say, these all came out doggone good. You all passed the class. Let's give yourselves a round of applause, because you're all just graduated from the Animation Academy. Congratulations. Now those drawings are for you to keep. It's going to take those drawings off the board with you and take them home as a souvenir. Now we still have lots of classes left today. We'd love to draw with you all again, but if we don't see you, hope you enjoy the rest of your day here at the resort. And class is dismissed. Bye everyone.
How about a big round of applause for your amazing artist, Darren? Thank you, Darren. And thank you everyone for joining us here today. Your exit doors are now open. They are going to be the same 3 doors that you entered in through up there at the top of the stairs on your left-hand side. Once again, that is your left side only. The same 3 doors that you came in through at the beginning of the show are now open as your exit.
Sorry. Alright, I hope you guys drew along. Make sure you share. Let me show you what the schedule looks like. So next right now at 12 is Lily Pan, then Ember, then Donaldo, then Sully, Agent P, Little Green Man, Kusco, Jesse. 5 and 6 are artist choice. There's Oswald at 9. And this tells you the advanced ones. I'll show you guys my my drawings after. Again, welcome in everyone. Thank you for joining. We are in DCA at the Animation Academy. We're going to be drawing today. What's up, nephew Chris? Says happy Wednesday, everyone. Make it a great day. Love you, uncle. Love you too, nephew. Kevin Hawthorne, good afternoon. Melinda Marquez, hello, hello. Miss Moon, happy Wednesday. Super Alex says, oh, cool. Bailey, Kimmy, and John, welcome. Alex says, I did my interview this morning, so fingers crossed. It would be a cool part-time job at the ball area. I would be assisting celebrities and high-net people. Nice. Good luck, my friend. Definitely keeping our fingers crossed for you. The ballerina. Oh, ballerina in Denver. Nice, rubbing elbows with the bougie people. Miss Moon says, I don't know how people hold their pencils like that. You know, I struggle whenever I got to do stuff on the right side, especially when, so I'm using the sketch pad. And I brought it just so, well, I bought it a while ago, just so I don't have to worry about folding these. So it's a great thing if you come to the park and you like to draw, even if you don't come to Animation Academy, but if you like to sketch around the park, it's cool to have your own notepad, sketchbook. Anyways, it's because it's a little bit smaller, my wrist kind of falls off the page. I should have probably gotten the bigger one. But anyways, my point is, like, when I got to draw like the eyes on the left side, not that I'm okay, but I always struggle on the right side. Like, it never comes out like the left. Sorry. Go ahead. Junior says Goofy equals Pluto's emote.
How would you like to learn to draw your favorite Disney characters?
Oh gosh, that'd be great!
What's up, Mr.
Well,
Gaz?
you can at the Animation Academy. It's like a master class in one easy lesson taught by a real Disney artist.
Hi, Christy.
You said
Welcome.
it, Mickey, and the show is just about to start, so don't
Junior
miss
says,
it.
are you left-handed? I'm not.
Going, gang. Come on.
I'm right-handed. Angie says, I like the top-down spiral paper pads. And you could find, I mean, if you want to get into the fancy stuff, I'm sure you can find expensive ones. Hi, I'm okay. I got a. Okay.
Yeah, green of you. How many here?
The one I got has the cover. I'll show it to you guys once I'm after this. But I got it because I had gotten a drawing from the cast members. You guys can ask the cast members after the class if they'll part with the sketch that they did. So anyways, I had gotten that one from that one artist, Danny. And when I saw the notepad that it would fit in there, it was perfect. That's why I have it in there. I think I have two of them drawing.
Afterlife
Then
is like, I'm not going to work. Everyone's going to work in the land of the day.
That's funny. That's true.
You're a shoemaker when you're alive, and now we need to make shoes here. No, you don't. Because we don't have actual feet anymore. Because we are phone people.
I mean, he makes a good point. In Coco, why is everybody off to work? And it says, update on the call you had to make. Yeah, I'm gonna give you, oh, so I guess let me see. Hold on, let me walk in there. Happy Wednesday, Angie. Also, as much as I hate to admit it, I think I need to put my glasses on to see my paper, because I don't know if I was drawing double lines or I was seeing double lines.
Welcome back.
Thank you. All right, guys, so I did finally get the call back. It took forever to get the call back. Ultimately, it lasted like maybe a minute, 2 minutes. But one of the things I realized is how much I block out the noises and the ambient sound at the park. Because I went to that area, it's always a relaxing area for me. I showed you guys by City Hall. They had the tables, the benches there. So I'm sitting there making the call, and so they didn't answer. And they had said, leave a message and we'll call you back. So I'm leaving the message. I'm waiting for the prompt thing to finish so I can leave my message. Why do the Dapper Dan start singing? The train whistle starts going off. It was like the loudest environment. I'm curious to how the message sounded. So anyways, I waited, and I finally ended up leaving, walking towards so after that, because it was so loud, I'm like, I can't have the actual call here. So I started walking around the park to find a spot. And again, I realized how loud everything is at the park when you're trying to make a phone call. The quietest area that I found was that little, not even the walkway, but like right at the entrance to to Frontierland, by the pin store. You know how I cut across to go to the theater? That area right there where all the logs are and all that was probably the quietest area that I was able to find. So I was waiting and waiting. I ended up leaving. On the way to the structure on the tram is when I got the call, of course. So it was really, so they were asking, verifying who I was and telling me what the charge was. And they said, do you understand the charge? And I'm like, yes. It goes, did you hear the announcement, to disperse? And I was like, well, no. And I started to say, and I was actually recording, but then she goes, okay, everybody's saying they didn't hear it. And then she went through the thing, it's, you're right, it's okay to protest. A lot of times why they break it up is not that they're against what you're protesting. It's either, she gave me some criteria, like traffic is being blocked and the street needs to be reopened, or it's getting dangerous, for, either party. So I have my whole argument in place for, well, I have the proof, the live stream that it wasn't announced. If it wasn't loud enough. Anyway, she says you don't have to worry about anything else. You won't have to talk to anybody else from this point on. There's no charges being filed, so just have a great day. She asked, do I have any questions? At that point, I didn't there was no point in arguing my case just so she could hear me. So anyways, that was it. It was simple. A year after the initial court date, I didn't even think about it because I figured if something were to happen, they were going to send me notice, official notice, so I never got anything. What threw me off was getting the letter and then, the way they make it seem it's a hearing for this case. So anyways, we're off the hook. Buffini's free. So now we don't have any issues if it happens again at another protest. We'll see. Anyways, thank you guys for all the support and the well wishes. Wonders, hello, Javier. I feel you on the glasses. This one says, OMG, of course, Murphy's Law, Javier. I swear it was like the loudest Dapper Dan's concert they've ever done. Welcome in, Jennifer P. Wonder says again, thank you for showing up for our gente. Let's see if this is charging. I don't know if it's charging. What's up, John Cook? Says I'm working the night shift tonight in LA. So what a better time to spend time with you guys until I have to leave. Thank you, John.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, well, never mind. This is really small. Okay, yeah, sit wherever you want in those open rows. We got a pretty small class. It looks like that's all of our
Thank you.
artists in the classroom, though, which means our class is officially in session. So I want to welcome you all to the Animation Academy. My name is Sam. I'm going to be your Disney artist here, teaching you how to draw a pretty new Pixar character. In fact, she's from a movie that has not even come out yet. This movie's coming out this week. We're talking about, yes, exactly. We're talking about Lily Pad from Toy Story 5. That's the character we're going to draw in this class. You're right on the money. We got a few important things to go over before we get started with our sketches of Lily Pad, though. Like on the way in, you pass my friend Danny up there at the top of the stairs. Danny's another amazing Disney artist here who will be hanging out with us in case your pencil breaks, rolls underneath the seat in front of you, anything like that. Just raise your hand up nice and high so one of us can see you. We're more than happy to help with whatever you need. Danny's also going to show you real quick if you need to leave early at any point during the show. Just give a big push to one of those same 3 doors you entered in through, and you can head right back out to our courtyard. And the last thing we have to talk about before starting our drawings are your pencils. What are they missing on the end there? Erasers, right? No erasers. Dun, dun, dun. But it's okay. We don't need erasers because we're rough sketching in this class. Meaning we are going to start everything very light, loose, messy. Then we go back in and we only darken up the stuff we really like, the things we're confident in. By the end, that's the stuff that stands out. That's going to be pretty important for a character like Lily Pad. She is essentially a frog-themed tablet. That's the best way I can describe her. And she's got a bit of detail, so we'll start very light and then we'll kind of go back in and darken up the stuff we like. So with all of that in mind, are you all ready to draw?
Yes.
Fantastic, let's do it. Now, like I said, she is essentially a kid's tablet device, so we're going to actually start out with the shape of the screen, and we're going to kind of build out from the shape of the screen. The irony definitely is not lost to me that we are drawing a screen on traditional paper as well. I do think the irony there is very, very funny. But we're going to start with a rectangle. We want our rectangle to be slightly wider than it is tall. So you could make this maybe the size of like a Pop-Tart, but this Pop-Tart is like laying down. It's like long ways. So we're going for hot dog style rather than hamburger. But the most important thing about this rectangle, it doesn't have to be perfect. I'm giving myself a lot of options building up this shape, and I'm also keeping this very light, very messy. With our rectangle in place though, we do want to add some guidelines to this. These will help us place in the rest of the features as we build in the rest of Lily Pad. So I'm going to add a line right through the middle of this rectangle here. I'm going to cut it right in half from top to bottom. And then I'm also going to add a guideline. This one's not actually attached to the rectangle, but it's sort of just running right above it. Just a little bit above the top of my rectangle. I'm going to go through left to right. This gives us our very basic foundation for Lily Pad, but it looks nothing like her. Of course, we still got a lot of detail to add in. So I'm actually going to start with the little hands that she has that go on all four corners of the screen. I like to break these down into a little bit more simple shapes rather than just saying, okay, draw a frog hand in. We're going to start with some circles. I'm going to go into all four corners of my rectangle, and I'm going to draw in some circles that just sit right on the corners, slightly overlapping that rectangle. And then I want to start to build in some more circles to kind of represent the toes on each one of these hands, or the fingers on each one of these hands. They are little froggy fingers, so they get a little bit wider as they go outward. So I want to show the ends of these fingers by using some circles. These are slightly smaller circles than what we started with. And there's going to be 3 in total on each hand. So I'm going to add in these little circles, one on the very edge of the rectangle, and then one right in the center. And I'll go around and do that for all of my hands here on all four corners. It almost kind of looks to me when we draw this in that we're drawing in some little puppy footprints on all four corners. But like we said, Lily Pad, she is supposed to be a frog-themed tablet. She's supposed to be like one of those, I think they're called like Leap Pad tablets that are actually real-life kids' tablets. So we're going to go in here now that we've got all of these circles in place for the fingers. We need to attach these circles back to the base of the hands that we started with, the largest circle. So I'm going to go in here and kind of just right between my little circles here, I'm going to connect these together with some letter U's. We're kind of connecting the base of those and going back down to hit that circle. I'm also going to bring one more curve to connect the outside of that, the outer toe on all of these fingers back to the hand there. And I'll do that same thing for all of my little fingers here, all my little frog feet. Now this will take us a minute, so as we do this, I want to talk a bit more about this movie, about Toy Story 5, right? We can't talk a ton about it because we don't know a lot about this movie. It hasn't technically come out to the public yet. They have had their red carpet premiere the other night, but it does come out this weekend. All we really know from watching the trailers is that it's sort of implied from the trailers that Lily Pad might be the villain of this movie. She's going to be kind of the antagonist of this 5th film. They've been talking a lot about what happens when toys meet tech, so we're definitely going to get to see that interaction of how these toys kind of are able to face this new challenge of having a very technologically advanced toy in the household, and how that's going to kind of affect Bonnie. And I think it looks like they're going to try to protect her as best they can from that, but who knows? I don't know if Lily Pad will end up being the actual villain, or maybe if they will all end up getting along. Who knows? Who's to say? We truly cannot know until this movie comes out, and then we'll all have to go see it. But once we've got all these little fingers in place here for our little froggy hands, I'm starting to go back in and lock all of these into place. Now when we say locking in our lines, locking in our shapes, really it's just a fancy way to say we're going back into our drawing, picking out the stuff we like the best and making it nice and dark. We're doing really make sure that our favorite things are going to stand out. They're going to be nice and bold above all the messy and sketchy lines that we started with. Although this is the only place in the entire Disney resort where you are encouraged to be a little bit sketchy. It's true, yeah. Thank you for your pity laughter. It's really nice of you. Really keeps me going. All right, once we have all of these little frog hands all locked into place, I would say that is probably the hardest part of our drawing out of the way. Definitely the most time-consuming part of our drawing out of the way. But we can also now see how much of this screen is being covered by these little frog hands. So while we're at it, we can also go back and lock in any portion of that original rectangle that we started with. Anything that's not being covered by those hands. We can just go ahead and lock in all four sides of our rectangle. But right now, this is not really looking too much like a character. She doesn't look like she has too much personality. And we've seen from the trailers that Lilypad definitely has a lot of personality. She is pretty sassy. They've already revealed some really, really funny like one-liners from this movie. I have to say, one of my favorite lines just from the trailer, just from the trailer that they've dropped about this movie. There is a scene where they're talking about Woody's bald spot. They did give Woody a bald spot in this movie. Very interested to see how they go about like revealing that in the film. But there is a line that Forky says where he's like, she's calling you old because you're bald, Woody. And I think there's just going to be a lot of really hilarious lines from Forky in this movie. But like we were saying, definitely no lack of personality for any of these toys, including Lilypad. So we want to start to wake her up. We want to start to give her some more of that personality. We're going to draw in her eyes right on top of this horizontal guideline we added up here. They're going to sit just slightly in from the edge of this top hand that we drew in here. We're going to draw some nice big circles sitting right on top of this horizontal guideline. And another one over here on the right side as well. We can go ahead and lock those in, and as I'm locking those in, something that I like to do to show off a little bit more cuteness, she does actually have a really cute face on her. I like to add in a little bit of a lash line, so making the top portion of this circle a little bit darker than the rest of what I'm going to lock in. And that just gives her a little bit of a lash line, kind of implies that she has eyelashes even though she is a toy, she's a piece of technology. We can also start to wake Lilypad up, bring her to life by adding in some pupils for her. This is part of your sketch where you can get really creative. You can draw hearts in her eyes, stars in her eyes. Her eyes are technically little digital screens as well, so maybe you want to draw in like a whole pattern of whatever is on those little digital screens for her eyes. I think I'm going to keep it nice and simple. I'm just going to keep to some classic circles here, placing those closer towards the inner corners of her eyes so she looks like she's looking straight ahead. But you could even have her looking off toward maybe the sides of your page, like she is seeing some of the other toys from the toy box. Maybe you want to give her a little bit more of an evil look to her, like she is being revealed as the villain. It's really up to you. I'm going to add a little sparkle, a little highlight to her eyes, just to give her an even cuter look. I'm doing that by adding in this highlight to the inner corner of her eyes, just a really small circle inside of the larger one for her pupil. And then I'm shading in everything around that smallest circle. It'll act as a little reflection, and again, just kind of up the cuteness factor a little bit for this character. Now that we've got the expression, or at least the eyes, we've got to look a little bit more awake in our drawing, we can start to focus on building up the outside shape of our Lilypad. She's got this kind of like rubber, bouncy bumper that goes all the way around. You know, of course, she is a kid's tablet, so probably, accidents happen. She's going to get dropped or maybe thrown at being a kid's toy. So they added in a lot of protection of this rubber bumper all around the screen to make sure that she's not going to break if she's getting thrown around. So I'm going to go starting about halfway down the inside of the eye shape here. I'm going to just start to copy the curve of her eyes here. Just following this circle shape all the way around until I get to my horizontal guideline. That's when I'll stop, and I'll add in this little letter C that just goes right around the base of her hand, right around the outside of her hand there. So it almost looks like we're making this big number 3 shape, kind of wacky number 3 that goes all the way around her eye here. Then we're going to follow the side of our iPad screen here, our LilyPad screen, straight down. And when I get right around this bottom hand, I'll do the same thing. I want to add in another little piece of that rubber padding, kind of bumping that corner out a little bit. And then this will just connect right across the bottom here with a flat line. And everything that I did on the left side, I'm of course going to do over here on the right. Well, LilyPad definitely is not the only new character that we are going to be seeing in Toy Story 5. We have a whole new cast of characters along with a lot of the returning favorites. Of course, Buzz, Jessie, Woody, that whole crew is coming back. But in addition, we're getting what I think is going to be some very, very funny, very silly characters like Smarty Pants. He's going to be played by Conan O'Brien in this movie. He's going to be like a little potty training toy. We're also getting Forky's wife. We've seen from the trailers, Forky is going to be getting married in this movie. He is getting married, of course, to a plastic butter knife. It only makes sense. So she is going to be his lawfully wedded knife, which I think is just about the funniest thing ever. If you haven't seen the trailer just yet, her name is Karen Beverly. I have a little plush I can show you here. This is her. This is Karen Beverly. So she is literally a little plastic butter knife with some crazy hair, and that is going to be Forky's wife. I'm so excited to see her and see how her silly personality kind of complements Forky's as well. I think she's just going to be if not as silly, if not even sillier than we see Forky be, because there's a clip from the trailer where they're talking about how they're worried that the toys are going to get donated, and Karen Beverly goes, donuts? So she's going to be a very, very silly character, I'm sure. Now I'm just going back in and locking in all of what I have in place for this outer bumper, this whole section of rubber, all the way around the screen for LilyPad here, making that all nice and permanent. We can also close off that little gap that we have right in between her eyes there. That's basically where her nose is going to be resting at. We are going to be drawing some little nostrils for her. But for that bridge across, I'm just going to add in this little rainbow. Just bringing this right in between her eyes, and we can lock that in. That's going to complete the outline for LilyPad here, but like we said, we still have quite a few details here actually within this outer casing. Down here on the bottom, there is what I think is going to be a little kickstand, or just like an extra little piece of plastic for protection along the bottom. It's like this really long, stretched out rectangle shape, or just looks like this long staple shape. So we'll add that in right across the bottom of the LilyPad case. I'm also going to add in those nostrils I was talking about a second ago. So right on either side of our center guideline, I'm just going to add in these two little dots. They look like nostrils, but because she is that tablet, one of them is a little sensor, and then the other one is a camera. They're very geniusly disguised as some nostrils for her. She's also got this extra piece of plastic detailing that kind of encapsulates those nostrils, or those little details, the camera and the sensor. So I'm going to add what looks like a little upside down boat shape right underneath her nostrils. And then that goes all the way out to meet up with the eyes on each side there. I'm just following the curve at the bridge of her nose. That plastic detailing also continues from the bottom of her eyes down here towards her hand. So I'm going to add these little rainbows. And then she also has some speakers right above her hands on each side, and they make them look like little freckles for her. So it's just a dot that's surrounded by some more dots on each side. I'm just going to add in this little ring of dots with one right in the center. And I'll do the same thing over on the right as well. That's going to give us the speakers for LilyPad. Last thing we need is going to be her smile. And I've given her a very friendly look, so I'm going to give her a nice sweet smile sitting right on top of this horizontal guideline. But if you gave her more of an angry look, you can totally switch this up. You could give her like a really devious kind of plotting expression to her. Maybe she is trying to plot the downfall of some of the other toys, right? Who knows what's going to happen, just to say. I'm going to give her a smile that kind of just looks like a little banana, pulling it up a little bit higher on the right side here just to really show off that grin. She's looking very happy in our portrait. I'll even cap off the corner of the smile with a little rainbow to show her cheek being pushed up. And I'll add a rainbow along the bottom for her tongue. Optionally, you could even shade in the back of her mouth to help her tongue stand out a little more. And you can also give her a screensaver too if you're really feeling it. They gave her this kind of like ambient wave pattern for a screen protector or for like a screensaver on there. And they gave her that to make sure that if we're supposed to be looking at her face, like if she's saying something, that we're not going to be distracted by whatever's going on the screen. So they just give her that little screensaver, very soft little wave shapes. Anything else you want to add to your sketch of Lily Pad, though, will be extra credit and up to you. Make sure you find somewhere to sign your drawings nice and proud. You've all just completed your very own portraits of the newest Pixar character, Lily Pad. There she is. All right, now in the end, very important question for you all. Did you have fun?
Yes.
Amazing. That's the best part about drawing, and just having fun along the way. Give yourselves a big round of applause for making it all the way through to the end. Definitely one of the more detailed characters that we draw here, so I went a little bit over my time. But those drawings are for you to keep and take home with you. Thank you so much for joining us today, everyone. Hope you had fun, and class is dismissed.
Let's give Sam a big round of applause, everyone. Thank you, Sam. And thank you all for joining us here today at the Animation Academy. Your exit doors are now open, and they are the same 3 doors you came in through at the beginning of class. Before you head on out, if you could do us a small favor, just by propping your boards up against your seats the way that you found them, that will help us out a lot with the cleanup. It will also help you not leave anything underneath those boards. So check around your area before you exit on out. Make sure that you're looking under the seats and in between the benches as well.
I don't know why I feel like I struggle more with these simple shapes. I have a
Perfect.
thank you.
Have fun, guys.
I feel like I struggle more with the basic shapes. Like this was challenging. Wally's challenging for me. Wonder says Forky's wife's been through a through a lot. She has. She needs a vacay ASAP. Yeah. Forky's wife has seen some stuff, done some stuff. What's up, compa Christian? Hope to see you, my friend. Wonder says pretty sassy.
We have to take some pictures that we can send out.
Vanessa says freedom. Great news. That's a relief. It sure is. I burned my tongue. I made some tea, and I thought it was cooler than it was, and it wasn't. So I have that sensation on my tongue, you know, when you burn it.
Sorry, I'm asking. I don't even feel sad. Like
What's up, Jude in Wonderland?
I think yours might be more of a
Happy Wednesday.
There might be something like actual, like in your brain that's different. Whereas mine was, my brain kind of broke after all the trauma.
Mr. Guest says it's because your marks have to be more precise. Yes. I think that's what it is. You know, with anything else, if it's not a straight line, it's like, it's okay. It's like what does Rapunzel say? Is my interpretation of a straight line.
Yeah, that's mine. I'll break it. You can look at it. Kind of like how we would if we were all.
Wonder says genius tend to struggle with basic shapes. I like that.
But I think we shouldn't like put everything we ever.
I'm a genius.
Yes. But everything we ever own doesn't need to be in a box.
Compa Christian says, Compa, which ride are we going together? Have a great time. We're gonna have an amazing time. We're gonna go wild on the Mark Twain, Christian.
He's out. He's not gonna get back.
John E, hello, hello. Miss Moon, thank you for the star.
Or maybe a time that hunting's so much fun. This is the most fun I think I've ever had at Disney.
So remember, guys, share your art piece. I see one from who?
It's only like, and we're not even like, we're gonna be here for like 12 more hours, right? Yeah, and that's like, you have to get on the last ride, man. You don't need it.
Nice mystery guest.
A long time to hang out with everyone, right?
That's really cool. I don't even want to show mine anymore. Oh, Rosie shared their art piece. Super cute.
Okay, and if you people want to ride that, is there anything else you want to hear?
Great job.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, share on Discord or just send it to us on Instagram or text or wherever. And Christina R13, thank you for the floating heart. Thank you for being here. Mabel's mom, welcome in. Miss Moon, thank you for the thumbs up. Christian says, I have a surprise for you. I can't tell you. I don't like suspense. Lily Zuniga, welcome in. Wondrous says, maybe ask if they want to save from who. Jude says, super cute drawings. Jude says, Javier, are you watching the Mexico game tomorrow? Yes, I'm gonna try. I don't know where. Where are you watching it, Jude? We're gonna draw Ember. Remember, guys, draw along and share your masterpieces. Don't be shy. And also remember to hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't yet. So this is a much fuller crowd. Wondrous says, over 100 watching on stream. Please like and subscribe. Hey. Christian says, "Compa, let's go on Star Wars ride." Jude says, "I'll be watching at home." It's going to be a very interesting game.
Hey, welcome back. Happy birthday. Hi. I got 9 seats in the orange row. So you got your options here to pick from. All right, there we go. That's everybody. How you guys doing today?
Great.
Nice. All right. Well, welcome to the Animation Academy. What's up? Yeah, I can get that pencil. Excuse me. But welcome to the Animation Academy, everyone. My name's Danny. I'm going to be teaching you guys how to draw a Pixar character. Can we take this pencil and pass it on back to the young lady in the blue row, also wearing blue, so you match the row. Cool. I'm going to be teaching you how to draw a Pixar character from Pixar's currently only rom-com. Has anyone seen the movie Elemental? Yeah, okay. Not a lot of us have seen it, but I recommend it. It's a really good movie. If you haven't seen it, I'll show you the main characters here. Fire and water. We've got Wade over here, and we've got Ember on this side, and we are drawing Ember. She is the main character of this movie. Before we get started with Ember, though, we have a couple of things to go over. At the very top of the stairs, there is my friend Darren. Everyone say hi, Darren. Darren's going to hang out with us today. He's up there right now to show you your exit doors. Just in case you got to go a little bit early, it's the same way you came in. All you're going to do is pick one of those 3 doors, give it a hard push. You can head on out at any time. Just know that it's a one-way ticket out. No way back in unless you bring me a churro. But Darren will also be around in case you need something today. Pencil breaks, rolls under the seat, just let us know by raising your hand. Or help yourself to any pencils next to you that no one's using too, that's okay. The only thing that we can't get you in this class is what didn't come with your pencils. What are we missing? Absolutely no erasers here. And that's on purpose. We draw in a style called rough sketching, where you want to draw lightly, so that way if you don't like something about your sketch, you can keep changing it. The light lines are not permanent. You can keep adjusting your sketch. Think about them like practice lines almost. And then when you start seeing things you do like about your drawing, you're going to go back over them and make them darker than the things you don't like here. So that's how we'll kind of erase in a sense. Now with Ember, we're going to start off with an oval. A nice wide oval, I would say about the size of a bread roll. Baked potato's a good size, a lemon's a good size. But Fire moves upwards. Her hair is going to go up. So we're going to add in that oval closer to the bottom of your page, at least underneath the middle of it. So if you find the middle, just go underneath that. Very nice and light. I'm going to draw in this nice wide oval here. It's like we're zoomed in on Mickey's nose almost. But if it's a little lopsided, that's okay. If you think you made it too thin or maybe too wide, you can always go back and adjust anything about your sketch as long as your lines are super nice and light. But once you get that oval to a place where it's like, yeah, I can work with that, we're going to move on to adding in some guidelines. These guidelines are going to help map out her facial features. So we're going to divide this in half from top to bottom. It's going to tell us that she's facing forward in our sketch. We're also going to add in what's called an eye line for her. I'm just going to go above the bottom, about the bottom fourth here, like a quarter of the way up. And I'll stretch out this really flat letter U shape. That's going to help us with a lot of her features, her flames, as well as the way her smile is going to push up her eyes too. Underneath this though, we don't want this to be just a floating head. We don't want her to look like Madame Leota from the Haunted Mansion. So we're actually going to give her her neck and her shoulders, make this more of a portrait. Underneath her head, she has a very tiny body. She has this really gigantic like bobblehead. I'm going to draw in this letter V underneath my oval. And then I'm going to sketch out a rainbow that I'm going to pull down further on the side, so it's almost more of this upside down letter U shape. If you look at it all together, it tends to look like a upside down goblet here. Now we're going to add in some clothing on top of Ember, and with her clothing, she has this dress that actually has this hood to it, this collar that can actually be turned into a hood, so if she's going to like the movies, she doesn't, she uses it to cover up her flames so they can watch the movie in the dark theater. So her collar is going to start with another letter V. So it looks like an arrow pointing downwards now. But then we're going to see the thickness of that collar just by adding in 2 more short diagonal lines here on the outside. So I turned this more into a letter M shape. Her dress doesn't have any sleeves to it, so I'm going to cut into that upside down letter U shape with just 2 vertical lines to show that that's the side of her waist, the side of her dress. But this is something that we can go back and keep. If you like what you're seeing here with her outfit, you can go back over the lines that you like and start to press down harder as you're tracing over them. This will start to make them stand out. And this is what we call locking in our lines or locking down our shapes here. So anything you like about your sketch, make them nice and dark. But the things you don't like, just leave them nice and light and they'll fade away into the rest of the drawing. Now Ember's dress actually is made out of very specific material. Fire is actually very limited into what they can wear because they have to look at things that are not flammable, right? So if she put on, I always think of the scene where Wade gets her a hat from the airball game. He puts it on her head. It wasn't made for her, so it just immediately disintegrated because she's just too hot. But her dress is usually made out of things like metal or glass, things that have fire resistance to them. And her dress looks like it's made out of chainmail, like linked up pieces of metal. To make it a lot easier to show that texture, I'm just drawing some loose cross hatching, like she's got some plaid or anything like that on her, like that argyle pattern. I'm also going to connect the tops of the collar just behind her neck, just connecting it to the side there so we can see that it goes around her neck. You can add in some shading here too. She likes to wear a lot of darker colors. But for Ember, we're going to get to her flames here next. Now I'm going to preface this because fire is always moving. It never looks the same second to second. So if your flames look a little different from mine or your neighbors, that's perfectly okay. It can also reflect her mood. If you want your Ember to be a little bit more shy, a little bit more reserved, her flames can be a little bit lowered. Or maybe she's feeling really explosive and angry or excited and her fire is just huge, you know. She can even turn different colors with the temperature of her flames. With these flames, I'm going to think about this like I'm drawing a bunch of zigzags or like seaweed almost too. So we're going to start with the bottom of her head. So I like to follow that shape out here towards right where that horizontal like letter U shape is, and that's where I'll start to pull away from her head shape. And we want these flames to have actually a lot of zigzags and points to them. There's not going to be a lot of rounded shapes on her because fire, is it a very safe element? No, especially if you don't know what you're doing with it. If you don't know how to handle it, it tends to be a very dangerous element. I always think of, if you've seen Avatar: The Last Airbender, the 3rd season is the best. Anyways, I'm gonna go back and forth and add these like nice tall columns of fire for her, these like letter S's, and bringing them to a point here at the top. And every time I draw these, it always ends up just a little bit different. So it's never gonna end up the same every single time. But I want to tell you more about Elemental. This is one of my favorite recent films for Pixar, and it was directed by a super cool guy that we actually got to meet here at the Academy. I remember when he came over and he really loved seeing our stage and everything. But he was a story artist. His name is Pete Sohn. Pete Sohn actually started off as a story artist at Pixar. And this movie is basically a reflection of his life. He started off doing storyboards, but storyboards also led him into a very unique side of Pixar where he tends to voice a bunch of characters. I actually want to show you here. These are the characters that he voices. So he voices Emile from Ratatouille. He voices Squishy from Monsters University, as well as Socks the Cat. He directed this film, The Good Dinosaur. He was a co-director. But what's Russell doing here? He doesn't voice Russell. With Russell, they actually looked at his baby pictures, because he directed the short called Partly Cloudy that showed up before Up. They looked at his baby pictures and said, we need to use that to design this character, because that's Pete's son. Yeah, it's like, it's uncanny, right? But I'm wondering if when he was showing them his baby photos that he was telling Pixar, or at least his co-workers at Pixar, about his life. Because for Peter Stone, his parents came from South Korea. They emigrated to New York City, to the US, and that's where they opened up their grocery store. So like Ember's family, they opened up that grocery store to be able to start a new life for themselves. And they were hoping that Pete would be able to take over their family business that they set up. Well, that wasn't really Pete's dream. He was always trying to escape working in the store and trying to find ways where he could watch cartoons and draw the cartoons. Him and his brother would literally hide up in the crawl space above the store and just do their homework as well as make their cartoons and comics up there. And his parents were like, we really want to support you. We don't know how though, because they didn't understand how a career in art would work. It's just something that was not very clear to them, because they really wanted to make sure that their son was set up for success, you know, and make his life a little bit easier. So they said, well, you know art, but we know stores. Art stores. Art store. They bought him an art store. Yeah, so they opened up their own art store, and for a little bit he was like, this is, sure, art store, I can work with this. But now his brother runs it, because he just couldn't keep away from wanting to explore his creative talent. They let him go off to Emeryville, which over here in California is where Pixar is, and he's just been so successful ever since. He is currently working on Incredibles 3. He's going to be the director for that movie. Yeah. But I'm getting in with those flames here and making them stand out really nice and dark right now. We're about halfway, well, we're more than halfway done with Ember. All we have to do is add in her face here next. How are you guys doing so far though?
Good.
Good, I like that. Lots of positivity out there. Now, one of the things that inspired this movie, not just his life, you know, not just his life as, this is his life story, but also where he lived too. His parents lived in New York City, he lived in New York City, and he was learning about the periodic table in school, and he was actually looking up at the buildings. His creative mind just would look at the buildings and notice how they would resemble that periodic table, how it's set up. So he would just imagine all these elements living together, and that is where it really started when he was just a kid, and he just kept that idea ever since. So even if you think your ideas right now might be, I don't know, it's just a silly idea, but it can make for a great movie. We got our flames going on right now. We're gonna add in a few more flames, but these flames are gonna make up her facial features. Let's add in her nose. Her nose is going to be a little tiny flame in the middle of her face. It'll be on top of that letter U shape, and it's just an upside down letter V. We're gonna give her her smile, and for Ember, she is always trying to control her emotions since it controls her fire here. So she's gonna have a very mindful, very demure smile. She's just gonna draw in a little letter U shape, but she's really expressive with her eyes. She actually has very large eyes, right about here, right about there. There you go. Those are her eyes. No, I'm kidding. We want to draw these parentheses and make them about twice as tall as her nose. Just from those little dots going out towards the sides here. From the top of those parentheses, I'm going to draw across this really flat rainbow. It almost looks like you have two letter J's on their sides and they're balancing right on the tip of the end of the letter J shape. But I'm going to have the outsides of her eyes float just above that eye line here. Or you can leave her like this. She looks like she's smiling so big her eyes are closed. But to open up her eyes, I'm going to just draw a diagonal line right back down to where that eye line is, to show that her smile is pushing up the corners of her eyes from her cheeks there. At the ends of her eyes, I'm going to give her some eyeliner here, a lot of these lashes. You can give her as many lashes as you want if you want her to go to like the Firetown Sephora, you know. Maybe you want to give her some really long false lashes, because maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. But you want these nice and thick. I'm making them more like these, almost shark fin shapes here. But we want to wake her on up by adding in her pupils. And her pupils, you can make them any shape that you want. I'm going to draw the classic ones, of course. But if you want to make them hearts, like she sees Wade. You know, you didn't think water and fire would mix, but they somehow found a way to make it work. That was another thing for Pete Soames' life. Wade is supposed to resemble, or at least be the representation of his wife's side of the family, because they come from two very different cultures, and yet they were able to make it work. Now, when it came to this movie, they were really working with a lot of computers, because these characters, technically they're special effects. Usually when we come into characters or animation, even regular movies, you'll do the character work first, like the animation, the basics, and you would add all the special glowing effects or fire effects or water effects later on. But they had to do that simultaneously for Elemental because these characters are literally the special effects to them. And they used a lot of computers. I'm going to give you some perspective here. With Ratatouille, they used 700 computers to make that movie look as delicious as it did. With Elemental, they used over 150,000 computers. Yeah, so they were like borrowing computers from everywhere. Last thing is I'm going to give her some eyebrows here, and her brows, I like to give her this look like she's looking at Wade and he's doing something really silly, goofy, you know. She's going to have one eyebrow pushed downwards here and the other one arched up, like looking at Wade like he told a really corny joke, and she's like, what was that? That was the worst joke I've ever heard. But anything else you want to add for your own sketch of Ember is up to you. Actually, I believe this movie it had its anniversary the other day. It's like 4 or 5 years old now, something like that. Yeah. But that is everything that you need for your. I think it's like 3 years old. 3, yeah. I was like, when you use 2020 as your marker for time anymore. Anyways, anything else is up to you, but find a good spot somewhere next to your sketch and sign your name once you're all done. All right, finishing up our drawings. Did you guys have fun?
Yes.
I love it. I want to see how all of your embers turned out. So on the count of 3, turn your boards around, all right? 1, 2, 3. Let's see, Ember. Oh my goodness, look at her. Look at those hair. She looks like she's in a L'Oreal commercial. Very nice job. She's so cute down here. Excellent job with these. These are looking fantastic. She's so cute in all of these too. You do Ember and Wade. That looks so fun. You did so good. Oh my goodness. You know what I have to say about these? These are all on fire. Give yourselves a big round of applause. You passed the Animation Academy. Now these drawings are yours to keep and take home with you as souvenirs, so go ahead and take them off your boards. I'm going to leave you all here with Darren. He's going to help you on out. If we don't get to see you again, we hope you have a great rest of your day, and class is dismissed.
Big round of applause for your artist, Danny, everyone. Thank you so much, Danny. And thank you all for joining us here at the Animation Academy. The doors on your left are now open. But before you leave, we ask that you please prop your boards up back against the seats with the pencils back in the spring. If you have any paper that you'd like to recycle, we ask that you please toss it in the recycling bin at the bottom of the ramp as you exit. If you'd like to continue working on the drawings of Ember, we have plenty of pencils and table space down in our Sources workshop. It's just across the way. You're more than welcome to continue them there. If you'd like to join us for our next class, we'll be drawing Donald up next. We'd love to have you back for that.
Thank you. We're getting back in line. I don't remember who was next. Let me see, next is, Donaldo. Miss Moon says, absolutely love up. Andrew says, like her as a speaker. She's doing great. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's, to me, at least for me, she's one of the best teachers in there. I mean, they're all amazing. But I just feel like I'm able to follow their direction more. Heather Estes, welcome in. We are fantabulous. I got bright. What's up, Patrick? Says Patrick Mitchell says a great spot between Adventureland and Frontierland by the Shooting Range Pin Shop. Brett loves the ducklings and hangs out by the cannon before he plays pinball. He's still number 4 top scorer. That's awesome. Shout out to Chef Brett. Susie McQueen, Susie Q McQueen, welcome in. Wonder says, I'm gonna try this one. Be right back. Okay, remember guys, share. Okay, you guys are cool with me showing them, right? I'm assuming. Cheerful guava. I was like, damn, that looks good. I just scrolled out like, double dang. So we got cheerful guava. They said mine. That's really good. And then they said my teens. Wait, where did, hold on. Look at that. I'm just gonna throw away my sketchbook. That's what I'm gonna do at this point. Great job, man. Mr. Guest, I love yours. Those are awesome. Definitely not gonna want to show mine now. Back, thank you. I'm good. Yeah, thank you.
Fill in all that space.
Let's see, is anybody sharing on Instagram? Let's see. I'm sure it's probably picking up the music. Carrie B with a 21-month member milestone says celebrating wow. Having Goofini's freedom and having the mugs back. Yay. Lots of things to celebrate. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, guys. Let's drop the tamales, the hots in the chat. I know you got them back now, so you can drop them for Carrie B. Patrick Mitchell with a $10 super chat says, Brett, we really like Animation Academy too. Have a great day, chef. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you. Have a great Wednesday. Jude says, wow, awesome drawings. Great job. Jude says, thank you for sharing. Susie Q says, it's studio's anniversary. Miss Mo says, this is nice, plus air conditioning. Yeah, plus air conditioning. All right, so next one up is Donaldo. So let me show you the notebook. So this is the Donaldo I got from Danny, the artist that we just saw in the previous class. So I think it's like 5 by 8 or something like that. 5.5 by 8. But it has this little pouch here. I guess let me show you my drawings here, so where it's dark. Who do we do first? Pluto. That's my Pluto. Here's my, what is it, lily pad? Again, it looks better from far away. Never mind. I would always forget to bring this. This is how far back it goes. Let me see. My first drawing in here was this one. I don't remember what date that one was. But then that's when we started putting the dates afterwards. This was August 2023. Pluto in August. Bruno, look at him from far away. It looks better from far away. Remy from far away. Here's my Donaldo. There's Forky. And it's funny because we did Forky back to back. So this was August 2023. Oh no. Hold on. We got Stitch. That was still part of August. I guess that must have been when we did the little marathon. Here's another Forky. Oh, different day, but same August. Oh. Let me wait. I forgot. I almost went in.
Go ahead, use all 3 doors, Fred. Some like easier to get everybody.
So we're waiting for the group to go in. That way we can be at the edge. Because I kind of take like 2 spots. Wonder says, very nice. Miss Moon, thank you for the floating heart. Scar's mom, happy Wednesday. Theme parkers, welcome.
Feel free to open up that red row there as well.
Miss Trigger says, secret notebook.
Once you're seated, I should have 3 things on your lap.
Caribbean looks amazing, great job. Miss Moon says, love the aliens. Says, Javier, you do a pretty good job. Thank you. Because I love Forky.
How's everyone doing today?
Doing great.
Not too bad. Welcome to Animation Academy. My name is Darren. I'm a Disney artist. Here to teach you all how to draw the original Angry Bird, Donald Duck. Now, as y'all were entering, you were all greeted by my awesome friend Sandra. Everyone say hi, Sandra.
Hi, Sandra.
And Sandra's going to be here to help you out. Sir Pencil does happen to break here. Just raise that nice and high. Either messer for Sandra will be more than happy to help you. Now, Sandra's also up there to show your exit doors. If you leave the class for any reason, just give one of those doors a great big push, just like she's demonstrating there. And it'll lead you right back outside to our courtyard. Thank you, Sandra. Now, for any of my newcomers here today, you might have noticed that your pencils are missing an eraser. That's because here at the Academy, we draw in a style called rough sketching. What that means is, we're going to be starting off by drawing very light and loose, really rough and messy. And as we start to get in those details, we're going to go back in later to darken in the lines that we want to keep. Now, with all that being said, though, are you folks ready to draw a duck today? Yeah, excellent. To get us started with our portraits of Donald Duck, he's going to start with a basic shape, and the shape's going to be a circle here. And so right to the middle of our paper, you want to start with a circle. I'd say about the size of a baseball. Orange is a good size here as well. Best tip for circles, what I recommend is locking your wrists into place and really letting your shoulder build up that shape there. Because your shoulder does have that natural rotation to it. So as you can see here, I'm just keeping my circle very light, really rough and sketchy. I'm just really building up my circle with lots and lots of curved lines. Really blending all these lines together to make one big shape. Now, once you've got your circle in place, next steps we need to add in are what we call guidelines. To help us place in some of Donald's features. And so we're going to hop to the top of our circle, and it's very likely we'll cut our circle right in half, right down the middle. And this line's just showing us that Donald's going to be facing towards us. Then about 2/3 of the way down towards the bottom of our circle here, you want to lightly stretch across a horizontal guideline. And this line's going to help us with placing in Donald's eyes. And this will give us our basic foundation for Donald Duck. but it looks nothing like him. Right now we have Kylo Ren's lightsaber going through an orange. Well, not so much that duck that we know and love today. But with this foundation in place, to start building up Donald's build here, we're going to hop to the side of our circle. And just below our horizontal guideline, you want to lightly sketch in the stretched out letter C curves here along the sides. You can also think of these really as some candy canes sitting on its side here as well. And once you got those two candy canes in place, to really start forming the upper part of Donald's build, we're going to go just below our candy canes, and we're going to lightly stretch out this very wide rainbow next. And as I pull this rainbow across to the right hand side here, I'm just making sure that my rainbow goes right through the bottom of my original circle. Now, once you've got that rainbow in place, to close off the sides of his upper build, we're going to go to the bottoms of our candy canes, and we're going to connect this to the end of that rainbow here on each side. So I'm just bringing down these small little letter C curves here. And so once you got that upper build in place, his upper bill here is going to be the first feature that we want to go back and lock in. Now for any of my new timers here, whenever we say locking in, that's really just a fancy way we like to say, really bold or darken in your favorite lines from those lighter ones that we started with. So right now, it should look like we just drew in this Benton wire hanger or one of those weird shaped tools from IKEA that no one knows how to use. Now to show that his bill's actually coming out towards us in perspective, we're going to hop right above our first rainbow, and on the inside of our circle, we're going to stretch across a shorter rainbow here on the inside, and this is giving Donald what we call his bill line next. Now, even though Donald can typically be an angry bird, we want to go ahead and give him a smile here in our portraits. And so to start his smile, we're going to go to the tops of our candy canes, and from the top here, you want to cap this off with a little rainbow here on each side. And this is giving Donald what we call smile lines next. Just a couple of creases to show that his cheeks are being pushed up as he smiles nice and big here. And once you got those smile lines in place, to really add in Donald's cheeks next, we're going to go to the inside of our circle now. And from our horizontal guideline, you want to add in this little candy cane. You can also think of this as a little hook shape, a little coffee mug handle here along the side as well. And as we stretch these candy canes from right above those smile lines here, you want to hook these candy canes to the sides of his upper bill. Now, if you've gotten the chance to see Donald here in the parks, he's always seen with what we call an open mouth or laughing smile. And that smile's there to show you that he's super happy, even if you see him from far away. And so to add in that same kind of smile here in our portraits, we're going to go right to the ends of his cheeks, right where we ended these candy canes. And just very lightly, we're going to stretch down a diagonal line here on each side. And I'm keeping this line nice and light as I go right through his upper bill there. Now, once you pull those diagonal lines down, to close off the bottom of his bill, we're going to play a little game of connect the dots. And so we'll join our two lines together at the bottom by stretching across a letter U from right between the teeth. Now, as we go back in to lock in this outer part of Donald's bill, you want to make sure that you keep the corners really nice and round, because we don't want to give Donald any sharp points or angles. We save those sharp points and angles more for our villainous characters. And Donald Duck's no villain, he just has that temper problem to him. Now to add in the inside of his mouth next, we're going to follow those same steps. But this time, we're going to go from our smile lines here. So right where we added in those little rainbows, we're going to lightly bring down one more diagonal line here on each side. Because we really do want to give Donald this nice, big, happy smile. Because Donald does have a lot to be happy about in life. This duck just turned 92 years old this month. But Donald here doesn't look a day over 12. He's also got a lot of friends, his own orange juice, a super rich uncle. He's in a relationship. That must be nice. So this duck, definitely living his best life here. Now, even though I did just mention that we save those sharp points and angles more for our villains, there's actually one sharp feature on Donald, both literally and figuratively, and that's going to be his tongue here. And Instead of adding his tongue, we're gonna go right to the middle of his mouth. And you want to sketch in this little triangle. You can also think of this as a little pizza slice sitting right in the center of his mouth here. And if you're feeling a little fancy, if you do want to add some contrast to your sketches, you're more than welcome to shade in the back of Donald's mouth just to make his tongue stand out a little bit more for him here too. But with his bill in place, the hardest parts of our drawings are complete, and you all are actually about halfway done with your sketches of Donald. And so with all the hard stuff out of the way here, this is where we want to work on the most important feature of all for this duck, and that's going to be his eyes. Now for Donald though, he does have these very big expressive eyes to him. And so when it comes to building up his eyes are going to be these two tall ovals. I even like to think of these as eggs for eyes as well. And so I'm going to start with the eye on the left, just right above my guideline here. We want to go back into light and sketch mode, and I'm going to lightly build up my first oval, really stretching this up pretty close to the top of my original circle there. And I always like to keep this first eye nice and light to start with, just in case I make his other eye too big or too small. I can always go back and readjust. And so on this right hand side, I'll lightly build up that second oval here too. And once you've got his eyes to a pretty decent size here, his eyes are the next feature that we want to go back and lock in. As I'm sure you all know, Donald Duck here is a family duck. He's an uncle to 3 nephews. Can anyone tell me the name of his nephews? Yes, Huey, Doo, and Louie. Now, does anyone know the name of Huey, Doo, and Louie's mom? Daisy? Oh, that'd be awkward. Daisy's his girlfriend, but for those that don't know, their mom's name is Della Duck. And she also happens to be Donald Duck's twin sister. Yeah, we don't hear about Della nowadays, because she was actually mentioned in the comics that they produced back in the day. And in those comics, she's an astronaut. And so whenever she's off on her amazing adventures, she always asks her brother Donald to take care of her sons. Now, once you've got his eyes nice and dark, right now they look like they're floating in space. When really they do sit in the pocket of his bill here. And so to really finish up that bill for Donald, we're just going to go right between his eyes, and we're going to bridge it together with a little rainbow right between the two. Now, we don't want to leave Donald like this here, otherwise he's going to look like he's seen some things. Looking a little spooky here. And so this is where you can get creative with your sketches. You can have Donald looking any way you'd like. Maybe up, down, cross-eyed. You can add in hearts, stars, dollar signs in his eyes. You want to keep them nice and classic. Just right at the bottom of each eye here, I'm drawing in just a couple of smaller ovals for his pupils. And since the eyes are really where we as the audience really connect with our characters, I like to go back in, I'll push down just a little bit harder on my pencil, and I'll bring all of that attention and focus right to his eyes here. Right, so now that we've got Donald nice and awake, to make him a little bit more expressive now, we do want to give our duck some eyebrows. When it comes to adding in those eyebrows here, that's by hopping right above his eyes, and from the top of the eye, we're going to follow that same curve. And so starting with this left eyebrow, we're just pulling up this stretched out rainbow. You can also think of these really as a couple of arches to sit above his eyes here as well. And the taller you draw these above his eyes, the more excited and expressive Donald's going to look in your drawings too. But with Donald being a duck though, he definitely has some feathers to him. But for Donald here, he actually has a group of feathers that bunches up on the tops of his cheeks. And so to add in that duck fluff, you just want to go to the top of his cheek here. And we're going to pull up just a small little half rainbow, a little curve here on each side of our original circle. And once you've got that duck fluff in place, we can also lock in the sides of Donald's head by just picking out our favorite circle line from right between his eyebrows and the tops of his duck fluff. But at the top of Donald's head, he does have 3 feathers, just like he has those 3 nephews. And so to add in the feathers at the top, we're just going to go right between his eyebrows, and we're going to draw in 3 little shark fins, little blades of grass. And so I'm starting with my first shark fin, going straight up. with a second shark fin curving towards his right eyebrow here. And you'll want to follow that with one more shark fin coming down. Instant duck fluff. Now we're almost finished with our sketches of Donald, but what's he missing here at the top of his head? Yeah, his cute little sailor hat that he loves to wear. Now when he comes to adding in that sailor hat, we're going to start just right above his right eyebrow, and we'll add in that hat band by just pulling a vertical line going straight up. Now we want to show that his hat is tilting to one side. So from the top of this line, we're going to bring down this little hill, this little curve, that's going to tuck just right behind his left eyebrow there. And for the fluffy pillow that rests at the top, we'll break this down into a couple of steps. Starting on this right-hand side of the hat band, we're going to build at the top of this pillow first by lightly stretching up this very stretched out letter C curve. I like to think of this curve really like we're building up this sideways question mark. Or you can also think of this as Maui's fish hook here as well. You're welcome. Now once you got the top of this pillow in place, to close off this pillow at the bottom, you'll want to go right to the end of that fish hook. And we're going to lightly sketch in this really big letter C curve. And we'll lightly connect this right along the side of his head, just right next to that left eyebrow there. Now at one point during Donald Duck's career though, he was actually a lot more popular than Mickey Mouse. And even starred in a lot more shorts than Mickey did too. And this concerned Walt Disney. He didn't want Donald to be the mascot of his company. And so he had to figure out a way to really gain Mickey's popularity back. And he actually did this by giving Mickey pupils in The Sorcerer's Apprentice so that Mickey could be just as expressive as Donald. But Walt Disney has even said so himself, that Mickey Mouse is who we all aspire to be, but Donald Duck is who we all really are. Now, once you got that pillow nice and dark, last feature to add on to the sailor hat is that cute little ribbon that hangs towards the bottom. And so to add in that ribbon here, we just want to pull down this curvy number 11, just two little rainbows hanging right at the bottom. And then you'll want to connect it together with the little rainbow. Now once you've got that ribbon in place, that is going to be the last step that you need for your sketches of this duck here. And so this is the time in your drawings when you want to go back in, do some touch-up work, really darken in any lines that might have faded away in the drawing process that you'd love to stand out nice and dark. I always like to shade in his ribbon and that hat band since it is that nice jet black color. But the last mark any artist truly needs to leave on their work before it's complete are going to be your signatures. So make sure you do find a spot somewhere next to your drawing here. And go ahead and sign big and proud because you have just learned how to draw your very own portrait of Donald Fauntleroy Duck. Alright, now in the end, did you all have fun?
Yes.
Yes! That's the most important part about drawing, really having fun here. But before we say goodbye, let us see all the amazing ducks here today. So we're going to have a quick little art show. On the count of three, let me all raise your boards high and proud. And take a moment to look around, because we all drew Donald a little differently here. So 1, 2, 3, Donald Duck. Let's take a look out here. Amazing work here in the first two rows. Nice big happy ducks all around here. And in the middle rows as well, look at that nice big expression. Look at that extra credit too. Looking super cute. Guys definitely nailed it with this likeness. And in the back row, look at that bold line work, the attention to the details. And he is not an easy kid to draw at all. You all did so great. So give yourselves a round of applause. Because you all just graduated from the Animation Academy. Congratulations. Now those drawings are free to keep. So take those drawings off the board with you and take them home as a souvenir. Now we still have lots of classes left today. We'd love to draw with you all again. But if we don't see you, hope you enjoy the rest of your day here at the resort. And class is dismissed. Bye everyone.
How about a nice big round of applause for your artist, Darren? Thank you so much, Darren, and thank you guys for joining us. At this time, the doors on your left-hand side, the same doors you came in through, and your only exit doors are open. Do help us out by putting those boards back up against the seats so we found them with the pencil in the spring.
Okay, make sure you guys share your Donaldo. Who's next? Sully. Sully is next. I'm good. Thank you. Mr. Moon says, wow, you can get the artist artwork. You can. Wonder says, you're ready to go pro. Reference anyone? What's it translating it to? It says, give, give, give good. What's give? Angie says Remy sketch looks like little guy. Hola Israel. Feliz miércoles. Karina Asensio, welcome in. Says, yay, thank you for this. Saludos a nuestra comunidad habla hispana que nos está escuchando. Recuerden darle un like al video. Israel dice, very hot over here. 36. grados. What's 36 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit? Gracelyn, welcome in. Says, hey, crazies, just popping by before I brave the Kusco crowds. Hello, have fun drawing. Good luck out there. Ya Israel era la primera que estuvo aquí. Israel dice, hola Javier. Yo creí que era lunes motivacional. Bueno, lo bueno es que ya vas a media semana.
Welcome, willkommen, bienvenue, bienvenidos.
This is the best, one of the best options out here to get away from the heat, to come and cool down. I wouldn't say to come and find peace, because it's very loud in here, and when it's super hot, it's really packed in here. It must not be a very busy day today. Because you guys have seen, I mean, how crazy this gets, full of people. I don't know if we've ever drawn Sully. I want to say yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, right here, I need you to move all the way forward. Please keep going.
I'm gonna start using my own pencils. The pencil here, I find it hard. For me, it's hard to do a light line.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need you to move all the way forward and come Keep going, keep going, keep going.
We're packed already. Wonder says, I don't remember you drawing Sully. Yeah, I'm also trying to think like any time that I might have done this off stream. I think we've drawn Mike. Wondrous says, yes, use your own pencils like a true artist. Wondrous says, Mike, yes.
on in. Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you guys for hitting the like button. It's the easiest way to support the channel, and it's free.
please. Come on down.
Oh, this is what you're talking about, the chipping of the...
And door number 1 and
I
2
think
are
people's
full. Door
bags.
number 3, please. Door number 2 and
Bags
3.
or
Walk on into
water
door
bottles
number
and
2
stuff.
or 3, please. Door number 2 or 3. Step on in. Doors are going to be closing. Doors are going to be closing. Step all the way on in.
Again, we still have space for a lot in row 3. Row 2 has space for like 8. So come on down. Alright, fabulous. Doors are closing. That does mean class is now officially in session. So I would like to welcome you guys on in to the Animation Academy. My name is Sandra. I'm going to be here to teach y'all how to draw a classic Pixar character for this class. He's a monster, right? He scares because he cares. Does anybody happen to know his name? Sully. Sully, yes, absolutely. So hopefully we're all pretty big Monsters Inc. fans. And when you guys all came in, you also met Danny here on the stairs. Danny's an amazing artist. She's going to be here throughout class to help you out. So if you break a pencil, you need any sort of help, just raise your hand high, she'll swing over, help you out. Danny is standing by your exit doors. Any of the 3 there, if you give them a hard push, they do lead you out. So if you got to go during class, restroom emergency, churro emergency, you're heading that way. Now, last thing here before we get started, and you guys probably noticed this, but we're all missing erasers, right? That is on purpose. In these classes here, we teach you how to rough sketch, which means we draw quickly, messy, and light. We build our drawing with those lines, and then when we like our lines, we'll go back, darken them in. But if you don't like your lines, do not darken them in. I cannot stress this enough. You don't want those dark lines to kind of overtake your drawing, and then you're like, I don't like these. I gotta start over, and we're at the end of the drawing, right? So you gotta make sure you keep them light. I'll let you know when to darken in your lines. Now we're gonna start here real quick. I'm actually gonna mark my page so I don't go out of bounds. But we're gonna start with a circle. I'd say make it the size of like a baseball. Orange is pretty good. Top half of your paper here. I'm going to use my whole shoulder to sketch in this shape as well. And you can see I maybe did a couple air circles before I even touched down on the paper, just to make sure I was going for the right size, the right shape here on my page. Once you've got your circles here, don't worry too much if they're not perfect. You just need a foundation. We're going to go in here and divide. We'll cut them in half, top to bottom here. So we've got 2 slices here on our personal pie. And then for his eye line sits fairly low. I'd say go up about 1/3 of the way, maybe even 1/4 of the way from the bottom of your circle here. And this little space here, or I guess technically this larger space, that's where his eyes will sit. Now, Sully, he does not have a circle for a head, right? That's Mike Wazowski's thing. His head goes down quite a bit. He's got what we call a lantern jaw. Now, a lantern jaw in animation is actually a telltale sign to let you know that this character is pretty confident. Oftentimes, confident characters will have these larger jaws. I'm starting with these parenthesis letter C curves here, letter U curves, just where my horizontal line meets my circle, just to widen out his cheekbones a little. And then the circle, that's how tall his chin will be. So I am going to bring that length down below the circle here, put a marker for where I want his chin to be. And then I will bring down the sides of his jaw, narrowing them ever so slightly here. We still want his chin to be very boxy though, so we don't want these 2 curves to come to a point. But if you think of, there's so many Disney characters out there, good guys and bad guys, that have this larger jaw. Can you name a few good guys?
Mr. Incredible.
Mr. Incredible is a great example. Buzz Lightyear as well, yeah. Tigger even is a fantastic example. Can you name a few villains? Gaston. Yeah, perfect one, right? No one's got a chin like Gaston. But even, there's actually a lot of villains that have that confident chin. You have to be confident to be a villain, right? But now that we've got this nice big chin, we can add in his nose. And his nose, well, it fits so evenly just between your horizontal line and your circle. So we're gonna go in here and add in this like wide diamond shape here for his nose. So I'm gonna start closer to my horizontal line just to start that nose. And then once you've got this little diamond shape here to your liking, this is gonna be the very first thing I lock into place. Now locking in just means I'm going to darken up my favorite lines here. I'm gonna make them bold and permanent and stand out on my sketch. But like we talked about before, if you don't like your lines, don't lock them in. Exactly, yeah, I like that. But yeah, just keep them light, keep sketching over them if you need to. You can save this step for later, like at the end of the drawing. But now that they've got his nose, we want to add in some nostrils for him, right? It's important that he can breathe. So I'm going to add in these small triangles on the bottom half of his nose. So 2 teeny weeny little triangles here down below. And then these will also lock in too. Now for his smile, for our more confident characters, they tend to be more, some of them anyways, they tend to be more stoic, right? They won't normally smile with like a cheesy grin. It's usually kind of like a closed mouth smirk. So right below his nose here, we're not gonna go too far in the middle of his jaw, otherwise he's just gonna look like he has a big mouth. But closer to his nose, we want to pull higher on the left, that smirk of a smile here for Sully. It gives him just more confidence, more mystery to his look, right? So nice big letter U curve here, again, higher on the left. He does have a little bit of an underbite too, so if he was smiling normally, or if he had his mouth open, you could actually see 2 big fangs here down below. But since he is pulling higher on the left here with his smile, we'll only see 1 fang visible on the left-hand side. So I'm just going to draw in this tiny little triangle shape. Now, we'll add in his lower lip here, or an indication of his lower lip, by just drawing in this like flat letter U under his smile, and we can move up to his eyes. His eyes, they're not gonna be huge, right? Again, that's more Mike Wazowski's thing. I'd say half of your leftover space in your circle, that's how tall you want his eyes to be. So I'm not even gonna give myself another guideline, just to make sure both eyes kind of rest in that same space. And then we'll add in nice big circles, just like that trick where we used our shoulder at the beginning of our drawing. We'll do that again here for his eyes. Nice big circles filling up that space. If you don't want to draw eyes, you can give him a cool pair of sunglasses. You can kind of just use these guidelines and call it a day. That works too. But I'm going to go in here. I'm going to build up these nice big eyes here for him. And I'll draw in some nice big circles for pupils. You could draw hearts in his eyes, stars in his eyes. You can have him looking at your neighbor. Maybe him and Boo are playing, so he's looking in 2 different directions. That's kind of all up to you, right? Artist preference. But I'm going to go in here. I'm going to have him look forward at you guys. And you can shade in that whole pupil whatever shape you decide on here. That's really going to bring your character to life. It's really going to wake them up here on your sketch. Now, confidence, of course, comes from the script writing, right? The writers of the film have to create this confident character, but they also have to get a pretty confident voice actor to voice him, too. Do you guys know who voices Sully? John Goodman, yeah. Initially, though, while they were designing this character and deciding who was going to voice him, they were actually thinking of a Ghostbuster. They wanted Bill Murray to voice Sully. I don't know if you can imagine what that would sound like. An entirely different character. In fact, they even got some like recordings and used Bill Murray to kind of test some audio for this character, and they really liked it, so they gave him a call. And he ghosted them, but yeah, I guess he just never picked up the phone. Maybe he just didn't want the role, maybe he forgot about it, who knows. But he did not reach out to Pixar, and so they went with their next best pick, which was John Goodman. And John Goodman, he does play a lot of these gentle giant type characters, right, for Disney and in general. He has played Pacha in The Emperor's New Groove. He was Big Daddy LaBeouf, the king of Mardi Gras in Princess and the Frog. So he definitely has done these kind of very kind, gentle characters, right, that tend to be very, maybe scary looking, right? Sully is he's top scarer 11 months in a row. But he gets a nickname from Boo, right? What's his nickname? Kitty, right? So she probably sees past that scary exterior, right? She knows he's got a kind heart. But now that we've got these nice big eyes here for him, we can add in his brows. And his brows are pretty chunky. So I'm gonna go right above this eye here on the left and build up this big brick shape here, or this big macaroni noodle here for that brow. But before we lock this in, we do want to add in some fur texture. We need to add some fluff because he's a pretty fluffy guy. The eyebrow on the right, though, to keep that confident look, we want it to be tilted more upwards here. So he's going to have very much that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson look, right? Exactly. But once you've got these brows in place, the easiest way I think to add fur is to draw in these little shark fin shapes, blade of grass shapes here, and I'll just be focusing on the top of his eyebrow. You can add more fluff all over as well. I am going to add some to the points that are left over on his head shape, but if you wanted to make his whole eyebrow very, very fluffy, you want to draw each individual hair, you are definitely welcome to do so. Again, it's artist preference. He had over 2.3 million strands of hair on him in that first film, which is a pretty big deal, really just because this was Pixar's first film where they finally figured out how to simulate that hair texture, making it look believable and adding in those individual strands, right? Beforehand, the characters that they created were oftentimes very plastic looking. If you think of Andy and Sid in the first Toy Story, they both had buzz cuts because they just did not want to deal with their hair. Andy's mom and his sister, they both had hair, and we did see them for a split second, but their hair never moved. It was like they were wearing Lego bricks for head pieces. But it wasn't until their fourth film, Monsters, Inc., that they finally, well, they didn't even figure it out. They invented new technology to make it possible in 3D animation. So Pixar is definitely a pretty big deal when it comes to them leading the way, right? Paving the way for 3D animation. So they created new technology to make that fur texture very, very believable. And in their second film, or the second Monsters, Inc. film, they created, they had just upgraded their technology so much more that Sully here had double the amount of fur that he had in that first film, right? He had over 5 million strands of hair. But Sully was not going to be the only monster with fur. They intended on having Mike with fur too. Mike was supposed to be a purple fur ball, but they decided, it's still early. The technology, we just invented it. Let's slow down a little bit. And it was still going to be pretty expensive and very, very hard on their computers to run, to simulate. So they were like, okay, one character with fur, one without, and we'll call it a day. But I've added in that shark fin texture here, kind of to all of the corners of his head. And for the top of his head, if you're drawing Monsters, Inc. Sully, he's got more of a comb over. If you're drawing Monsters University Sully, he's got a faux hawk. So you could just swoop all his hair up to the center and he'll look more like himself in that second film. But now that we've got his hair here, we can finally finish him up by adding in those nice big horns on either side of his head. Now his horns, they kind of start where his pupils are, so on either side here, I'm just going to bring out these little marks, these little guides here for me. And the horns themselves are just a couple diagonal lines. So we'll bring up some diagonals here, kind of to his brows. And then we'll bring up another pair of diagonals here going to the top of our paper, to the top of his head. So they kind of look like less than, greater than signs. And then we'll just add in a flat line here for the very top of his horn here, just a horizontal line. And then you can add in that interior, which is just this letter C curve. Now, Billy Crystal and John Goodman, the voice of Mike Wazowski and the voice of Sully here. They're actually really, really good friends outside of the making of this film. So when they found out they were working together, they were like, awesome, put us in the same room. And so they recorded their lines together at the same time. That way, their charisma, their friendship could translate into these characters. And these characters do feel like they've known each other for quite some time, because that's 100% true. Their voice actors have known each other for quite some time. Now, these two gentlemen, they were able to ad-lib some of their own lines because their charisma and their friendship really just kind of showed throughout the film. There were scenes like where Pooh is, or at least Sully and Mike are trying to get Pooh back into her door, and they get caught, right? So they have to put on a whole show. They're like, put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. And you know, it was just such a funny moment during recording that it stayed in the film. But they also really did create a whole musical at the end of the film, kind of wrapped around that silly scene that these two guys just kind of accidentally made up. But with his horns here in place, that is really everything you need for your very own portrait of Sully. Anything else becomes extra credit, up to you. Do find yourself a spot though on your page. Sign your name, nice, big, proud, so we know who Sully this belongs to. And with that most important question, did you guys have fun?
Yeah.
Fabulous. I'd love to see your sketches too. So a quick count of 3 and we'll have an art show. And don't be afraid to take a look around. Everyone's got a unique style. All right, count of 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Let's see Sully. Fabulous job here in the front row. I'm loving these nice, big, confident chins all around. Both line work here. Real great. Oh my gosh, I'm loving this. Very, very confident here all around. Loving the horns here. Fabulous job here in the back rows as well. You guys all did fantastic. These are monster pieces. Give yourselves a big round of applause. Now those sketches are of course yours to keep, so do take them off your boards, take them with you. And you guys are graduates, so you can always come back for another class. If we don't see you again, they'll have a fabulous rest of your day, and class is dismissed. Bye guys.
Let's give Sandra a big round of applause, everyone. Thank you, Sandra. And thank you all for joining us here today at the Animation Academy. Your exit doors are now open. They are the same 3 doors you came in through at the beginning of class. Before you head on out, if you could do us a small favor, just by propping your boards up against your seats the way you found them, that will help us out a lot with the cleanup. We really, really appreciate it. It will also help you from reading anything underneath those doors. Please check around
All right. I don't know if I care for my Sully, but it is what it is. Who's next? Agent P. Wait, what's Agent P from? Again, Janice, thank you for joining. Since I have your response in chat. It says, happy Wednesday. Love watching Animation Academy and sketching along. Crazy About says, Buffini says hi to everyone in the chat. Hard Hug, welcome, says, what's up, I've been busy lately and just rolling by for a little bit. Thank you for stopping by. Happy Wednesday. NF says, so fun. Thank you for bringing us here. You're welcome. Yes. Oh, there you are. Okay, well, I'll meet up with you guys in there. Yeah, of course.
I'll try it.
It's just you?
Yeah, for now, yeah.
Taking a break?
Yep. Get the stars.
Hi there. You know, anyone can learn to draw the Disney characters at the Animation Academy.
Gosh, they can?
You bet, Mickey. It's easy and a lot of fun. The next show starts right away, so come on, give it a try.
Or I guess, Rob, if you want to come, yeah, because I'm going to wait till the back anyways.
Oh, good, yeah.
Guys, we got Rob Allen in the chat over here.
Good to see everybody here.
You guys saw him, when's the last time?
Maybe 5 months
about
ago.
4 or 5 months ago.
You want to keep those sealed up.
Yeah. No, it was before that.
Around Christmas.
Around Christmas.
Yeah, November maybe.
Well, yeah.
So you can come around and join him, sir, if you want.
Well, I
or
must
he can
wait
come
till the
back.
end of the line anyway. So
No,
yeah.
no worries. How many?
Thank you.
We'll try to
Yeah.
see if I can do a stick man or something.
I'm sure you'll be fine. They're good at guiding you, so
Yeah.
it'll be good.
Yours are pretty good.
From far away.
I haven't seen any of them. I haven't seen
Yeah, there's a Ember one that was really nice. Yeah, on Discord.
Well, there's a lot of talent out there, so and I'm not one of them, but we'll
Me
get
neither.
through it. We'll get through it. Yeah, so I was thinking, okay, am I behind you or in front of you? But anyway, I just thought if it's okay.
Yeah, of course.
For one at least.
Yeah. No.
I want to see how you do that.
Oh yeah. Is it Kyra Lynn? Kyra Lynn says, "LOL, that's my dad." Thank you. Rika, welcome. Says Agent P is from Phineas and Ferb. Oh, okay. What's up, Puddles? Says your hand isn't cramping yet. No, we're still good. Oh, yeah, of course.
Hey, Kelsey, Robin, and Kira. Nice to see you.
Hi, Kira, Kelsey, and Robin. You guys get to see your dad's masterpiece in a minute. Now they get to put it up in the fridge. So you were able to merge, and you were able to.
Yeah.
Did you guys make it tonight?
We did.
For the dinner?
Yeah, we took the bus.
Okay.
And then,
Oh, for that you guys
yeah,
took
that was the other day.
the day before. That's right.
Actually, it might have been Monday.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what? So we did.
Okay, cool.
And then we Ubered back.
Okay.
Yesterday. I could say it.
Yeah.
It was an adventure.
Oh, really?
Getting there was okay.
Coming back, you took the scenic route?
We did. You weren't very far off. You were close.
That's funny.
I'm sure there were some.
Yeah.
So we ended up in the 110, which is fine. Because I missed the 101 connection to the 5.
Okay.
So we stayed at the 110. That's okay. That's plan B. Heading to the 105. No problem. Just a more square.
Yeah.
And the East 105 is closed.
Oh, it was?
Closed for construction.
Oh, wow.
So they were heading back to the airport, but I got off at Hawthorne.
Okay, and we were able to
And then I
come
had
back.
to do another series of turns because I couldn't make it back.
That's the bad thing when for one, even if you have navigation, but when you come across like some closures or stuff, but you guys didn't even have navigation because you didn't have your own Wi-Fi only, right?
Yeah.
So you get the initial map, but then.
So that, we made it. I was laughing when I saw yours. True. It was pretty true.
So we almost did need to go rescue you, send a search party.
Yeah. We made it.
Huh?
Yeah, it's going okay.
Yeah.
This is a great idea.
Yeah. Right, the AC. The only thing you don't really get any breaks between them because when you get out, the next line is already formed, and when it's really busy, sometimes they cap it off like it's a full house. Kira says, "LOL." I can't wait. What's up, Yoo-hoo? Welcome. Yeah, I mean, it's technically here, but because it's small, it's just easier on the phone. And then this one, like when I fall behind, like I'll scroll back, but if a new message comes in, it throws it to the bottom, and so then I gotta scroll back again. Yeah. That's the receiver for this one. Yeah. It does. Especially on like super popular characters. There's a schedule. There's a little stand over there that has it for every half hour. Yeah, you can. Or you can see if you have like a specific one you want.
Yeah.
Just come back whenever.
They're all hard.
Some are a lot more challenging than others. Uh-huh.
When you were doing the challenge.
Oh, yeah.
You were drawing that was actually better. I forget what it was, but I was looking at it.
I think I was drawing a tree was one of them. The tree and the little, I forgot what.
But anyway, yeah. Well, when you're an artist, you're an artist.
I don't know if I would call myself an artist. Well, I guess I have the mentality that I can fly a plane. I've flown in one, so right. So I guess if I can hold a pencil, I can be an artist. Yeah. Patrick says, wow, what a great day at drawing, Javier. Love this place, loaded with fun and super AC to book. Yes. You can't beat the AC in here. What's up, Wheels? Welcome. I mean, we want to see it. It's just so hard. We always make plans, mentally to go watch a movie in the theater, and things happen, and next thing you know, it's already streaming somewhere.
We did see the Mandalorian.
Like the Mandalorian, we saw that because of streaming. So the last movie that I think that we went, I think was Oppenheimer, was the last movie I think that we went to see.
They're on the carpet for your own safety. Once inside, please refrain from eating, drinking, smoking. Please no flash photography or video lighting inside the theater. Watch your step as you enter. You can move down
Janice says, you are an artist with a photography. Oh, thank you.
And those traveling in wheelchairs or ACVs, you want to
I appreciate that.
outside door only. A passenger will assist you. Please walk as you enter and wait until the door is completely open before entering. Thank you and enjoy your class.
So just gonna wait for everybody to go in. That way I stay on the edge and I don't block people. Really? Oh, really? You haven't actually drawn in here? Yeah.
I'm up for the challenge.
It's fun. I mean, I know it's a little intimidating, like my first time, and then especially to show it, I think that's, yeah, and it sucks because you see so many people, and I think they're, from a glance, their drawings look nice, and then people come and just throw it out, or, they don't want to show it. And I think we're always our biggest critic, but
Yeah, sometimes when the Grizzly River Rapids choose that one person to soak, sometimes I come in here. Alright, let's see. I got 6 seats down here in the orange row if anyone wants to come down a little bit closer. There's also 4 more seats left in the lime green row. Purple row only has 5 seats there. Yeah, it's summertime. A lot of people go on the Grizzly River Rapids, and then they bring some of the ride in with them. That's you. I had a friend who sat with a bunch of the smaller kids in our group, and he ended up soaked because he just kept making it spin towards him. All right, there we go. That's everybody. How you guys doing today?
Great.
All right, well, welcome to the Animation Academy, everyone. My name is Danny, and speaking of summer, we're going to be drawing a character that we see a lot of during the summertime because his owners, for 104 days of summer vacation, they like to make a lot of inventions together. We are drawing the pet of the 2 characters, Phineas and Ferb. Yes, we are drawing Perry the Platypus for this class. If anyone's confused, this is Phineas and Ferb, and that is Perry the Platypus. Look at him. But we're not drawing him as his normal pet form. We are drawing him in his secret agent form here.
Nice.
So before we get started with Perry, we got a couple of things to go over. On the stairs is my friend Darren. Everyone say hi, Darren.
Hi, Darren.
Darren's gonna hang out with us today. He's up there right now to show you your exit doors and how they work, just in case you gotta go a little bit early. It's the same way you came in. All you're gonna do is pick one of those 3 doors, give it a hard push, and you can head on out at any time. Just know that it's a one-way ticket out. No way back in unless you bring me a churro. And I just saw that they have those apple pie churros back for the 4th. So someone was eating it outside. I was like, ooh. But Derek can help you out today too if you need something, pencil breaks, rolls under the seat. Just let us know by raising your hand. We'll bring by any new supplies you might need. The only thing that we can't get you is what's missing off of your pencils. What are you missing here?
Eraser.
Yeah, don't sound too bummed about it. It's okay, we don't need erasers. We draw in a style called rough sketching. With a rough sketch, you don't need erasers because you're gonna start really light with your lines. The light lines, think about them like practice. You don't have to make it perfect, you're just practicing until you start seeing things that you like about your sketch, and then we'll make the things that we want to keep nice and dark, and the things we don't want to keep, they'll just fade away into the rest of the sketch. So with Perry the Platypus, what I loved about this show is that they made all the characters really simple shapes. So like Phineas is a triangle, Ferb is a rectangle, and so is Perry. He is a tall rectangle, about the size of a Pop-Tart is a good size, or a greeting card. And you want to leave a little bit of room on top for that secret agent hat that he has here. So I'm going to place my rectangle here a little bit lower. We're drawing a portrait of Perry like he's taking his secret agent photo for his ID card for work. So we're just gonna make this nice, tall, almost like a building here. It's taller than it is wide. And there you go, you have a platypus. No, I'm kidding. Once you have something that very vaguely resembles a rectangle, we're gonna add in some guidelines here. I'm gonna divide this in half from top to bottom. I'm gonna pull that line up a little bit higher to help me with his hat later on. Looks like you have an ID card and a lanyard right now. And then we're going to go to the top third of our rectangle here and add in this horizontal guideline. This is going to help us with his eyes here. Now Perry's got some very large eyes. They actually stick out of his head. I'm gonna have these eyes as these large ovals, about the size of an egg is a good size. Which, fun fact, the platypus is the only mammal that lays eggs. Yeah, they're very weird creatures. I'm gonna add in just those two eyes. Most of it is below this eye line here. We're gonna use the eye line to help us out with his eyebrows. If you wanted to leave Perry in pet mode, just leave them as these full ovals here. But if you want to make him look a little bit more serious, on that horizontal guideline where it meets the top of your oval here on the inside, I'm drawing these two parentheses to show where the muscle of the eyebrow is pushing in. I'm going to take the bottom of the parentheses and we're going to turn it into a check mark by shaving off a little bit of the top of that egg shape. Then we're going to go back around and we're going to keep this. This is what is good to stay in your sketch. If you like what you're seeing here with these serious little eyebrows, you can start to trace over them and start to darken up what you like about them. As you're tracing, press down hard and they will get darker from there. But those light lines will start to take a back seat. This is why we draw very lightly in the beginning and also why we don't give you erasers, because you don't need them once you start to darken in your favorite things. Things like the guidelines that are going through the eye too, we don't really pay attention to them. This is a process called locking in your lines or locking down your shapes. So if you hear me say that, that's all I mean to do, is just to darken it up. Now for Phineas and Ferb, this show has been on Disney Channel longer than any other show that's been out there for Disney Channel specifically. I believe one of the only other shows that beats it in more episodes is probably The Simpsons. Yeah, so Phineas and Ferb actually has the most amount of episodes of any Disney Channel show, even beating out shows like Kim Possible. They are still going too, because they just launched last year. They had their 5th season come back, and now they're on season 6, I believe, and they're going to work on season 7, I've heard. So they are definitely not out of ideas for this show. This show was created by Dan Povenmire and Jeff Swampy Marsh. I love his nickname of Swampy, just because his last name is Marsh. But let's go ahead and wake up our toaster strudel right now. We're gonna draw in his pupils, and you can draw anything you want inside of Perry's eyes. Maybe he's looking at Doofenshmirtz's new animator. You could draw that in his eyes. Maybe you want to draw, I don't know, Balloony in his eyes, or any of your other favorite characters from the show. There's so many good ones. But I'm gonna make sure that those eyes really stand out, because for a character like Perry, who doesn't say much at all, you know, we want to see those expressions in those eyes. Eyes are going to tell us what's going on in his head. Like maybe he's giving side eye to Doofenshmirtz. But I'm going to make sure those eyes are really nice and dark. Yeah, Perry doesn't say anything at all, really. He does make a really cool sound. Can anyone try to make the Perry the Platypus sound? it's like some kind of like sound. His voice actor, he does have a voice actor, a human, who makes that platypus sound. His name is D. Bradley Baker. He is known for doing a lot of animal noises. I know him mostly from Avatar: The Last Airbender on Nickelodeon. Yeah, he is the voice of Momo and Appa. He is also the voice of the Secret Tunnel guy. Yeah, he sings that song. But now that we have our angry little Pop-Tart on our paper, let's start adding in his platypus bill. You know, this is such a strange creature. It's a mammal that lays eggs. It has a duck bill, a beaver tail, it's got fur. It's such a strange combination of features. But I love drawing in the bridge of his platypus bill. It's just going to be this rainbow in between his eyes. And now it looks like those really, it looks like the Cinnamon Toast Crunch, you know, cereal that are really mad. But we're going to take the outsides of this little rainbow here, and I'm just going to stretch a line out underneath his eyes, just across, and breaking it outside of my Pop-Tart shape. I'm just going to make sure that this duck bill, this platypus bill, is just a little bit wider than his eyes are. Let's go a little bit underneath that, and we want to add in the thickness of his bill. So I'm just drawing in another really flat horizontal rainbow. It has a slight bend to it, but you don't have to give it too much of a bend. Horizontal line will work just fine. And we'll connect the ends together with these letter C's. Now it looks like he has a bit of a sombrero for a bill. His lower lip is going to be a stretched out letter U shape. Just want this wider than the bridge of his bill. But for Phineas and Ferb, this creature is so interesting. They were looking at two different creatures that they wanted for Phineas and Ferb's pet. They wanted these two stepbrothers to bond over having a pet. And so they were struggling between two animals. One, of course, was a platypus. The other one was a capybara. Yeah. So we almost got Carrie the capybara instead of Perry the platypus. But they went with the platypus because of one thing that happened with Jeff. He was showing his mother-in-law doodles of Perry, and she said to him, "That's so interesting that you made up that animal." So she didn't think a platypus was real. And he said, that is the exact reason, that is a perfect reason that we should make this a platypus. Now, Jeff and Dan, they actually met on working on other shows. They met while they were working on The Simpsons, but they've also worked on other Nickelodeon shows like Cat Dog as well as Rocko's Modern Life. They were both story artists on those shows. It took them about 16 years to get Phineas and Ferb picked up by Disney Channel, though. They had pitched it to every other network. So this is a good encouragement to never give up on your ideas. Someone's going to pick it up at some time. But we have a platypus. If Dr. Doofenshmirtz was to walk in right now, he would be very confused as to why there was a platypus on our paper. We need to turn this into Perry the platypus. So what do we need? Yeah, we need that hat. Something I thought that was really cool, someone got a little tattoo of Perry on their arm, and the hat was on the elbow, so when they put their arm together like this, the hat went onto the Perry. Let's go ahead and give him this hat, this fedora that he has. And I'm going to draw a letter U shape going across right above his eyebrows here. And then I'll draw this really flat rainbow just above my top of my rectangle here. You have this really thin leaf shape where it looks like a canoe. But let's take the top of his head. So the size of our rectangle here, we want to extend this up. So I'm going to stretch up 2 more vertical lines. So this will show that the hat can sit on his head. And his hat is like building up the top part of a house. So I'm just going to draw 2 diagonal lines to make that rooftop here. But if you feel like you want to give Perry a different hat, go for it. There's an episode where Perry has to get a new hat, and it's like a whole thing, it's a whole mission. But I'm gonna go back and keep the rest of this hat shape. Now, everyone knows The Simpsons, right? Where they're kind of notorious for predicting the future. Yeah. So there's a weird thing that happened with Perry. Now, there was not a really good reason why they decided to make him teal. They just thought it looked really good on the screen. They thought the colors really popped out. He stood out. He looked unusual. When a platypus in real life, what color are they? They're brown. They look like little beavers. They don't stand out from nature that way. But when you shine a UV light onto a platypus, scientists have only recently figured this out, that UV light will make a platypus glow teal. Yeah, no one knew that, and yet they made Perry teal colored. And Dan and Swampy were like, yeah, we had no idea. It was just like a happy little accident. And I'm thinking that there's something in the water over there at the Simpsons studio that's making them predict the future. Maybe we'll need to bottle that up. But I drew a little band of its hat there, just by drawing in another rainbow. And I'm going to close off whatever's left of my rectangle here on the sides of his head. But that's everything that you need for your own sketch of Perry. Perry the platypus. Doobie doobie dooba doobie doobie dooba. Find a good spot somewhere next to your sketch once you're all done and sign your name. All right? Now that we're finishing up our drawings, did you guys have fun?
Yes.
I love it. I want to see how all of your secret agents turned out. So on the count of 3, even if you're not done, show me what you got, okay? 1, 2, 3. Let's see, Perry. Very nice job. Oh, I like his little bow and ears there. Very cute. We had a lot of fun with this. Has he got a Dodgers hat on, or what has he got on his head? Oh, a pirate hat. All right, we got Pirate Perry over here. Oh, we got the Derpy Perry up there. I love the eyes going in 2 different directions. He looks very cute. Oh, he's like stunned. I love it.
You
Look
should
at
show that
his
one.
head over here. It looks like a jellyfish. Very cute. There's so much creativity out there. You guys had a really good time with this. I love it. He looks very buff right there. He's just like got the strong shoulders on him. I love it. You guys did so good with these. I'm loving those eyes up there. Give yourselves a big round of applause. You all passed the Animation Academy. Great job. Now these drawings, these are yours to keep and take home with you as souvenirs, so go ahead and take them off your boards. I'm going to leave you all here with Darren. He's going to help you on out. If we don't get to see you again, have a great rest of your day, and class is dismissed.
Big round of applause for your artist, Danny, everyone. Thank you so much, Danny. And thank you all for joining us here at the Animation Academy. The doors on your left are now open. Well, before you leave, we ask that you please prop your boards up back against the seats so the pencils back in the spring. If you have any paper that you'd like to recycle, we ask that you please toss it in the recycling bin at the bottom of the ramp as you exit. If you'd like to continue working on your drawings of H&P, we have plenty of pencils and table space down at our Sources Workshop. It's just across the way. You're more than welcome to continue them there. If you'd like to join us for our next class, we're drawing one of the little green aliens from Toy Story next. We'd love to have you back for that. Is that say please take your clear for the rest of the line for the next show. It's time for us to start getting for that next class. You get all your first
Man, this one is busy. This next one, there's a lot of people already. Next one is, oh, the little green alien. Yeah, there's a lot of people. Let's come. Dang,
Hi, everybody.
yeah.
Who's your favorite teacher face to face?
Yeah.
You can. Internal
I think because it's getting hotter too.
Yeah, yeah. You're gonna do a few more?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Let me show.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, here is Rob's masterpiece.
Oh, wait a minute. No, that's...
It looks like Pinocchio. No.
That's not much better.
No, that's good.
There you go. But
that's really good.
What about you? You already did, right?
Let me show.
You got your collection there. That's good.
Yeah, let me show guys. Here's a.
That's good. That's a good one. That is
here's
good.
mine. Okay, from far away he looks like him. Good job, man.
Yeah, that's good. So I'll be up with Rhonda.
Okay.
And then, yeah, then I'll just wait for you.
Yeah, send your message.
But you're good?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good right now. No, I'm good. Thank you, though. I'll see you in a bit. Bye. Guys, drop hearts in the chat for Rob. The only thing that the spiral thing, this part keeps popping out. I gotta put it back into the little ring there. I was gonna ask the cast member for the drawing. We'll see. Maybe if I see them, I'll ask them. Erica Costa, good afternoon. Again, Val, welcome. What's up, Gary? Gary Ann says hello all on a break from work. Welcome in, my friend. Mr. Gill says, oh wow. Kira says, oh my goodness, that's so cute. Gotta put it on the fridge for Rob. This one says, love it. Rob made me laugh because inside there he showed me his the back part of it, that first sketch that I showed you.
Oh my God, that was weird.
I can't do this here. I gotta do it.
So folks, we have room for you. I'm gonna meet you up at the front, hand paper the rest of the paper out to you there.
Great. Kira says it's a masterpiece. It'll go above the fireplace.
How many here?
One.
One coming up.
Thank you.
Well, how you folks just wearing here? Once they go up, we're gonna get you right.
Let me show Miss Moon, thank you for the sparkles and the thumbs up. Thank you, thank you. Let me see. I think we got another drawing here. Oh, cool. Mystery guest. Wow, that's really good. I love the eyes. Great job, Mr. Ghost. This one's too. Celeste would probably say that that's what I look like. I look angry.
It's down right now. For sure. No, I checked.
Remember, guys, feel free to share if you're drawing along, which I encourage you to be drawing along. Mystery guesses. I thought we were drawing anger from Inside Out at first. Right? You just gotta change the. You just gotta combine your Ember with it. That was super short. The Alice one. Oh.
Mom has no idea what
That has to be.
No, it feels like
Because that looks like the best way to do it. Well, I mean, it's really good. The first one you mean, Toy Story 2 and 3.
So wait, do they always keep the sketches above this monitor? I'm curious now. So no, my theory is wrong. Snuggly duckling. You know, the other thing about doing these back to back is time goes by super fast. This is going to be a full house. Which is the other one that the cast member Danny did? Was it Ember? Welcome in, Zaywap. Happy Wednesday. Mama Connie, welcome in. Just hello everyone. I've been ninja watching. I've enjoyed what I've seen. What's the next drawing of, and how many have you drawn today? Next one is the little green alien from Toy Story. And we have done, how many are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 6? Wait, I'm missing one. I believe 6.
I am very advanced. Now once you're seated, I have 3 things on your lap: a board, paper, and a pencil. Those are the only 3 things you will draw here today. Excellent. Well, how's everyone doing today?
Good.
Not too bad. Welcome to Animation Academy. My name is Darren. I'm a Disney artist. Here to teach you all how to draw one of the little green aliens from Toy Story. Now, as y'all were entering, you were all greeted by my awesome friend Sandra. Everyone say, hi, Sandra. Now, Sandra's going to be here to help you out. Now, your pencil does happen to break here. Just raise that nice and high. I've done myself for Sandra. We'll be more than happy to help you. Now, Sandra's also up there to show your exit doors. If you need to leave the class for any reason, just give one of those doors a great big push, just like she's demonstrating there. And it'll lead you right back outside to our courtyard. Thank you, Sandra. Now, for any of my new timers here today, you might have noticed that your pencils are missing an eraser. That's because here at the Academy, we draw in a style called rough sketching. What that means is we're going to be starting off with drawing very light and loose, really rough and messy. And as we start to get in those details, we're going to go back in later to darken in the lines that we want to keep. Now, with all that being said, though, are you folks ready to draw an alien today? Excellent. Now, to get us started with our portraits of the little green men, they do start with a basic shape, and that shape's going to be an oval here. And so right towards the middle of our paper, you want to build up an oval. I'd say about the size of a bar of soap, or even a potato's a good size here as well. A best tip for ovals, what I recommend, is locking your wrists into place and really letting your shoulder build up that shape there. Because your shoulder does have that natural rotation to it. And so as you can see here, I'm just keeping my oval very light, really rough and sketchy. It's really building up my oval with lots and lots of curved lines, really blending all these lines together to make one big shape. Now, once you've got your oval in place, next steps we need to add in are what we call guidelines to help us place in some of our alien's features. And so we're gonna hop to the top of our oval, and just very lightly, we'll cut our oval right in half, right down the middle. And this line's just showing us that our alien's gonna be facing towards us. Then we're going to go about a third from the top of our oval, and from here, we're going to lightly stretch out this very wide rainbow that's going to go run right through the upper third of our shape. And this line is going to help us in placing in our alien's eyes. And this will give us our basic foundation for the little green men, but it looks nothing like them. But now that we have this foundation in place, first feature we're going to add in for our alien are its eyes here. Now, the Toy Story aliens do have 3 eyes to them. We actually have a little one here for us to model. So this is how they look from the front. And this is my favorite toy, because when you squeeze it, the eyes pop out. And so because of building up these eyes, we're going to go on our rainbow guideline. And we'll start by building up the bottom of our alien's eyes by lightly sketching in a letter U. So I'll start with the one in the center. It's nice and light. And once we got that first letter U in place, we'll hop along the sides here. And we'll add in one more letter U here on each side. So right now it's going to look like our alien is sleeping here on our paper for a hot second. Once you got these U shapes in place, I like to think of the shape of the eyes really like we're building up these very big gumdrops. And to complete that gumdrop shape, we're going to go right between our letter U, and we're going to connect it together at the top by adding in this very big rainbow. So as I build up this eye in the middle, this one's going to sit right inside of our original shape here. And as I hop along the sides to build the eyes on the sides, these eyes are actually going to extend out from that shape just a little bit here on each side. And so once you got these gumdrop shapes in place, the eyes here are actually going to be the first feature that we want to go back and lock in. Now, for any of my new timers here, whenever we say logging in, that's really just a fancy way, if you like to say, really bold or dark and in, your favorite lines from those either ones that we started with. So if you felt like you made one of the eyes a little too small, maybe not big enough, feel free to add in a couple more light lines. Maybe starting in the ones that you really want to stand out here. When Pixar was working on the first Toy Story film, when it came to Pizza Planet, it was originally going to be called Pizza Hut at first. It was going to be a parody off of Pizza Hut, but also was going to be a mini golf place for the kids to go and have their fun. Now, when they were trying to think of what they wanted the prizes in the claw machines to be, they actually didn't start as these aliens that we know and love today. They actually wanted these prizes to be rubber pizza slices that wore sunglasses. Can you imagine if these little guys are still rubber pizza slices? But it wasn't until they developed Buzz Lightyear when they wanted to make it more of a space theme, and so that's how these little aliens came to be. Now, if you haven't seen any of the teasers for Toy Story 5, though, they have been releasing some promos on the new characters we're going to meet, and they actually did bring back that rubber pizza slice concept. And so we are going to have a rubber pizza slice with sunglasses, and he's actually going to be voiced by Bad Bunny. Super excited to see how he brings personality to a pizza slice there. Now, we don't want to leave our alien like this here, otherwise it's going to look like it's seeing some things. Like that one gets stuck in Sid's room. And so to really wake it up with his pupils, this is where you can get creative with your sketches. You can have your alien looking any way you'd like, maybe up towards the claw, maybe to the side here. But for me though, I'm going to show that my alien's looking at all of you here today. And so since its eyes are high up on its head, I'm drawing in these smaller circles towards the bottom of its eyes. Now wherever you place that first pupil, you want to make sure you add it in the same spot for the other eyes as well. If you have one going in an opposite direction, then your alien will start to look more like Hey Hey from Moana. Since the eyes are really where we as the audience really connect with our characters, I like to go back in. I'll push down just a little bit harder on my pencil, and I'm going to bring all of that attention and focus is right to the middle of its eyes here. But now that we've got our alien nice and awake, next feature we want to add in here is going to be its smile. And so when it comes to adding in that smile here, we're going to go right below that middle eye and just below that rainbow guideline. We'll start its smile. I actually like sketching in a little rainbow here in the center. So it's going to look like we're giving our alien this meh kind of face here at first. But to really turn this into a smile, from the ends of that rainbow here, we're going to bring this up into a curve. So I'm going to bring up a stretched out letter U, and I'll go ahead and bring this curve out to the edges of my original oval there. Now this is giving us just the start to our alien smile. To make our alien smile even cuter, from the ends of our letter U here, we want to give our alien what we call smile lines next. And these are just a couple of rainbows on the ends to show us that our alien's cheeks are going to be pushed up as it smiles nice and big here. And you're more than welcome to keep the smile just like this. But one of my favorite things about these little guys is that whenever they see something that fascinates them, like the claw, they always give that ooh kind of expression. And so if you want to add this in, to open up our alien's mouth, I'm going to go right below the smile here. And I'm going to bring down just a stretched out letter U to really show that my alien's pursing its mouth here. But if you did give your alien this expression though, we are going to be seeing some little creases for our alien's lips. And so when it comes to adding in those lips here, for that upper lip, we're going to hop right above our rainbow here. And we'll add in a smaller rainbow right above it. And when it comes to the lower lip, just right below that letter U, this one's going to be a smaller letter U here too. Now, just like how our aliens went through changes in the first Toy Story film, a lot of our main characters went through changes as well. For example, with Woody, he was originally going to be a ventriloquist dummy at first, but Disney actually suggested to Pixar to change Woody into a cowboy because dummies at the time were associated with more scary movies. And so they didn't want kids to be scared of Woody. And with Buzz Lightyear, he was originally going to be called Lunar Larry. And he was going to be more of a miniature version of Buzz. If you've ever seen that Toy Story show, Small Fry, very much like a Happy Meal version of Buzz as well. And you actually do get a chance to see these original designs in our courtyard. They do show those earlier concept art for those two. But now that we got the alien smile nice and dark, next feature we want to add in for our alien is going to be that collar to the spacesuits that they wear. And so when it comes to adding in that collar, we're going to go right below our alien smile, and we're going to carve off the rest of our shape at the bottom by adding in this very stretched out letter E here. Now as we're bringing this U shape across the sides of our oval to build up will be the sides of our collar, we're going to hop to the side of our shape, and we'll build up the sides here by bringing down the stretched out letter C curves, just a couple of parentheses here along the sides. Then to close up the collar at the bottom, just right between our two letter C's, we'll connect them together with a stretched out letter U. And so once you got the collar in place, the collar as well as the sides of our alien's head are the next features that we can lock in here for T. Now when it came to Toy Story 2 though, one of my favorite changes was definitely in Jessie's character. Because originally Jessie wasn't going to be part of Woody's roundup. She was actually going to be a second villain, pretty similar to Stinky Pete. She didn't like to play with kids. She saw herself more as a collectible, and she was actually going to be a talking cactus, Senorita Cactus. And we actually do have some pictures of that concept art. I would love to show this because it is pretty wild here. Where are you, cactus? I think I lost it. Oh no! You always lose our things. Oh no, here it is. So this was Jessie back then. I know, pretty wild, right? But they decided having a second villain wasn't helping the story much, so they just scrapped this cactus idea entirely and just made Jessie a coward. But now that we got the alien's head nice and locked in, the next feature to add in are its ears here. Now, little green men do have these very long, almost elf-like ears to them. And so to build up those ears, we're going to hop to the side of its head. And from that rainbow guideline, we're going to build up the tops of our alien's ears first by adding in a diagonal line here on each side. And for the tops of those diagonals, we'll close off the bottom of the ear by bringing down the stretched out letter J. You can also think of this as an upside down candy cane, or even the Nike symbol as well. So I'm going to slightly connect this right to the side of my alien's head. Now before we lock in the ears though, on the inside of our alien's ears, we are going to be seeing a little fold. And so to add in that inner fold of the ear, we want to go right inside of our shape. And on the inside, we're going to bring down, there's a stretched out letter J, another upside down candy cane on the inside here. Now, when Disney decided to collaborate with Pixar, they did agree to complete 3 films together. And so that was going to be Toy Story 1, 2, and A Bug's Life. Now, in those earlier films, Pixar was still trying to figure out the world of computer animation. And so everything in those first 3 films pretty much looked like plastic. And so when it came to hairstyles, Andy and Sid had buzz cuts in the film. Andy's mom looks like she has a Lego piece for a hairstyle. And even Sid's dog looks a little cursed. His spots are painted on that plastic body of his. But in addition to hair being difficult to animate, animating humans was very expensive, which is the reason why Andy doesn't have a dad. He was just too expensive for the storyline, so they decided just to scrap him out entirely.
Wow.
Everyone's making theories about why he doesn't have a dad, but it was just about money. Now we're almost finished with our sketches of our alien. Last feature to add in is the antenna. Now, if you've ever seen Buzz Lightyear Star Command, in that show, the aliens use that antenna to communicate. And so we want to make sure our alien gets great reception, hopping right above that middle eye. If your guideline's a little short, you want to go and extend this up just a little bit. Then from the top of our guideline, we'll top off that antenna by adding in a little circle right at the top. And then to add in some thickness to that antenna, just right below that circle, we're going to follow that vertical guideline down. And so I'm bringing down a little curve here on the right hand side. And I'll connect this to the top of that middle eye here on each side. And so once you've got that antenna in place, the antenna as well as the top of our alien's head, last feature we want to go back and lock in your protein. With that nice and dark though, that is going to be the last step that you need for your sketches of this alien here. And so this is the time in your drawings when you want to go back in, Do some touch-up work. Really darken in any lines that might have faded away in the drawing process, which you'd love to stand out nice and dark. I always like to shade in the collar since it is that nice dark purple. But the last mark any artist truly needs to make on their work before it's complete are gonna be your signatures. So make sure you do find a spot somewhere next to your alien here. And go ahead and sign big and proud, because you have just learned how to draw your very own portrait of the little green man. All right, now in the end, did you all have fun? Yes, that's the most important part about drawings, really having fun here. Well, before we say goodbye, let us see all the amazing aliens here today. So we're gonna have a quick little art show. On the count of 3, love you all to raise your boards high and proud. And take a moment to look around, because we all drew our aliens a little differently here. And so 1, 2, 3, the little green men. Let's take a look out here. Amazing. Oh my gosh, really tiny. They're looking so cute. Nice big smiles all around. You can add in the claws, look at the extra credits. And in the middle, really big alien. Oh my gosh. You guys definitely know that when this flying this, they're all looking so cute out here. And in the back, look at that sketchbook work. The attention to the details. Dare I say, these are all out of this world. You all passed the class. So give yourselves a round of applause, because you all just graduated from the Animation Academy. And congratulations. Now those drawings are free to keep, so go take those drawings off the board with you and take them home as a souvenir. And we still have lots of classes left today. We'd love to draw you all day, but if we don't see you, hope you enjoy the rest of your day here at the resort. And class is dismissed. Bye, everyone.
Our nice big round of applause for your artist, Darren. Thank you so much, Darren, and thank you guys for joining us. At this time, the doors on your left-hand side, the same doors you came in through, and your only exit doors are open. Do help us out by putting those boards back up against the seats the way you found them with a pencil in the spring. It'll help us clean up and get ready for the next class. Now those drawings are yours to keep, so do take them off your boards.
We learned a lot of shocking information of what Toy Story could have been. Let's see, who's next? Can't see. Hi. Mama Connie says, I'm going to have to save this and go back and try my hand at it. Thanks for the animation this year. Yes, definitely. It's fun. Wonder, is Jesse a villain? Wow, poor Andy. Can't wait to see you too, compa Christian. Wonder says they were spilling the tea. Everybody over here thinking that the dad went out for milk and never came back. And no, it's just, it wasn't in the budget. Can you imagine Jesse the cactus?
So y'all are gonna want to come back here and watch. See, whenever we get hot or cold or something, come back, watch a movie.
Dudes and dudettes, gather round. Turtle Talk with Crush is just about to begin.
I wouldn't say. I've seen some really funny stuff.
Anything at all, Crush?
Yeah.
You see the shit.
Yeah, we talk like that.
Wonder says, love the bare necessity song. This one says, Javier, you're going to be in the park tomorrow? What's tomorrow? Yes. Thursday, yes. We'll have a little surprise for you guys for tomorrow. Hey, where's Kusco? Oh, sorry. Oh, there he is.
I'm getting nervous. We're going to have to run late tonight. Because we're running out of time.
Have you been here for all of them?
I mean, tomorrow, we have all night tomorrow. Not all of them.
Not all of them? Then? I started with Pluto, huh? Yeah. Says I struggled yesterday, but I got my Oogie Boogie Bash tickets for October 29th. Tried 31st, but that sold out real quick. Yeah, that one's quick to go. Erica says so many cool characters to draw. They really are. Wonder says Jesse the Cactus would be on point. Let me show you guys. So they do have a schedule there. Where are we? Kusco and Jesse. Are the next ones. Well, there's a Stitch, another lily pad. Artist choice, that one you never know. Goofy, another artist choice. Wally. Lightning at 7, Woody 7:30. No class at 8. I don't know why. Artist choice 8:30. Oswald at 9. And Forky 9:30. And it started with Mickey Mouse, 9 o'clock. Mickey, Daisy, Wade, Grogu, and then Minnie Mouse. Krisha says, compadre, let's take pictures together. Yes, we'll get a picture.
Please move all the way forward and fill in any space that is in front of you or next to you. It's not a single file line.
three doors will open at the same time, and you're welcome to go through any one of the three. If you're in a wheelchair or an ATV, we ask that you go through the door on the far right.
No professionals. We just like doing it.
We are at 168 likes. Yay. Wondrous.
Yeah, I wonder why. Because you're out in the I think
Gina. Get her, Javier. Wonder says you weren't here, Travieso. Someone had to annoy Javier. Crazy Bot says, Crazy Crew always knows who the real mischief makers are. Goofini's got the receipts.
I literally said, we're walking. I would probably have a shirt.
Hello, students. Can I have everyone's attention, please? Welcome to the Animation Academy. In just a few moments, the doors will be opening towards you, so we ask for your safety that you please stay behind that double line. If you're traveling in a your wheelchair, please use the door on your right. Once inside, please remain. Drinking, use some glass photography or video lighting, and please have your phone cell phone. Thanks for waiting, and enjoy the Animation Academy.
Alright, so again, we're just going to wait for the crowd to go in. That way we can get an edge seat.
Enter through any one of the three doors. The doors will be closing in just a moment.
Again, about 8 spots in row 3. Right now we have 6 spaces in row 2, and row 1 has 2 single rider spots. Technically 3. 3 single rider spots.
Then are your sketches available?
That does mean class is
The ones you've
officially
done?
in session. So I would like to welcome you guys on in
Yeah.
to the Animation Academy. My name is Sandra. I'm going to be here to teach y'all how to draw a drama llama. There's no other way to describe him, right? Anyone know his name? Kusco. Yeah, okay, fabulous. We know we're a little delayed, but that's okay. When you guys all came in, you also met Danny over here on the stairs. Danny's an amazing artist. She's going to be here throughout class to help you guys out. So if you break a pencil, you need some help during class, just raise your hand high. She'll swing over, help you out. She is standing by your exit doors. Any of the 3 there, if you give them a hard push, actually, as she's demonstrating, they lead you back out. So if you got to go for a restroom emergency, a churro emergency, they happen, right? You're going that way. Now, last thing here before we get started, and you guys probably noticed this here, but you're missing erasers. That's on purpose. In these classes, we teach you how to rough sketch, which means we draw quickly, messy, and light. It's kind of how Disney artists do it when they're coming up with a character, right? They're just drawing quickly, trying to get some lines on that paper. So as you get your lines in, keep them light. You don't want to darken them in too soon, right? Otherwise, you might have some lines in there you don't like at the end of your sketch. And you can't start over at the end, right? We're done. So keep your lines light here as we build up our drawing. And you'll have a nice messy portrait of Kusco, right? But we are drawing him in his llama form. So we're going to start with a rectangle. We're going to go not quite in the middle of the paper, just a little above middle here. I'm going the size of like a pink eraser is a good size. You could definitely go bigger, like a chocolate bar is good. I would say maybe not Costco size stick of butter, that might be a bit too big. But just some sort of rectangle here on your paper, but we do need room to expand. Once you've got your rectangle here in place, we're going to go in here and divide it. Top to bottom here, we want to divide it not exactly in the middle, just like a hair to the left of middle here. So I'm just going to move my line ever so slightly to the left. We also need to add in a horizontal guideline, like a 1/4 of the way up from the bottom of that rectangle there. So very, very lightly we'll add in a horizontal guideline. And then we'll also add in more of his silhouette, because this is going to be his face, but it's going to be a while before I actually see his face. So let's add in his neck as well. I'm going to round out the back of the rectangle here, kind of almost drawing this letter C or parenthesis curve here in the back. And we're just going to bring this line down a little bit more. So we have more pull here for the back of his head and neck. We can also add in the front of his neck. Now this curved line that we added, it's like a letter S, it's super, super flat, but the one that we'll add underneath our rectangle will be a little bit more dramatic. So right underneath that vertical guideline, I'll start with this deeper parenthesis curve, and then I'll swoop down this more letter S curve shape. But once you've got his neck in place, we can also add in his hairdo here, his hairstyle. Even in his llama form, you can still tell, kind of this is Kusco, right? Because he's got his hairdo. So I'm gonna add in this pizza slice shape here in the back. It looks very much like he's got like a little party in the front, you know, or business in the front, party in the back, you know. It's kind of that type of hairstyle, right? So we've got this nice long big pizza slice here towards the back of his head. And I'm also going to bring up his forehead a little bit more. I don't want it to be too flush with the rectangle. So I'm going to go from the back of that rectangle here and just bring up this teeny tiny pizza slice here. This very, very small triangle here. And just stopping at that vertical line that we used for the head shape here. Now this is a good silhouette. It doesn't look anything like him, right? So let's hop in here. Let's add in some more features here, some more detail to his face shape so we can start seeing at least a llama and then hopefully Kusco by the end of it, right? Now to make this look a little bit more llama-esque, we're gonna go to this tiny little triangle shape that we added for his forehead. I'll find a halfway point and then bring a diagonal line down to cut off that corner of my rectangle. I want more slope to his snout here, to his nose. So I'm bringing this nice big diagonal line right on down. He also has a little bit of like an underbite, so I'm gonna bring his upper lip forward with another diagonal here. And then below his upper lip, I'll even move a little more to the right of my page, bless you, and add in one more diagonal. Hopefully you're not allergic to llamas. Once you've got this diagonal here for his lower lip, you can kind of see the distance between his upper and his lower lip. We'll add more curve to the bottom of our rectangle here, that corner. We're gonna add a letter U right underneath it. And we're going to bring this letter U back into that rectangle shape here, ever so slightly. It looks like a big wave shape here, a sideways letter S curve here. And this will give us his chin, the very bottom here of his jowls, and then we'll bring this curve back here, back into the rectangle, back inside of his neck shape here. And as we get closer and closer to the back of his head, we're just going to bring up this parenthesis curve or letter C curve here to help separate his fur from his face. So it looks like a big shoe here that we've created for the front of his face, but all of these lines are actually good to go now. So I'm going to take a moment, I'm going to pick out my favorite ones, and I'll go all the way around to lock them in. Now as we lock in our lines, again, make sure you're picking out your favorite ones because they are going to become a permanent part of your sketch. So if you don't like them, don't lock them in. If you do like them, head on in, make them bold here, make them stand out. Now, as we lock in our lines here, I want to talk to you guys about this film, The Emperor's New Groove. This film, very, very funny, very silly. I feel like it's a very enjoyable film, but it was actually supposed to be much more serious than what we ended up getting. They were actually more inspired by the story of the Prince and the Pauper, and Kusco here was actually supposed to find a twin of his out in the village, and that was actually supposed to be Pacha. Now, Kusco, he was still voiced by David Spade in this version of the story, but Pacha, he was not voiced by Patrick Warburton, or excuse me, not Tom Goodman. He was voiced by Owen Wilson, you know, Lightning McQueen, right? That would have been weird, Pacha as Lightning McQueen. The idea was that they were gonna switch places. If you've ever seen The Princess and the Pauper, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you're a big fan of classic stories, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But this film here kind of took a very different turn, right? The main character, yes, may have been Kusco, but it was also going to have another main character. Yzma was going to be a much more important character because in this story, she was queen. She actually, her whole idea, her whole story, the reason for her villain origin story, I guess, is that she was aging. Sounds like Mother Gothel to me. but she wanted to snuff out the sun. The whole story was going to be around Yzma kind of trying to get rid of the sun. And they had brought in a pretty amazing musical composer for this film, just as Disney had brought on another pretty big musician for the film The Lion King, right? Anybody know who did the music for The Lion King? Elton John, yeah. They actually wanted to bring on Sting for this film here. And they technically did. They had the majority of this film done and ready to go. But then, like 80% of the way, the executives were like, you know what? We don't like this story. It's not going to work. It's not going to be good. And so they got rid of it. They scrapped it. They started all over again with 1 year left until this film had to come out. And they were like, I guess we're going to just hit the ground running. We'll figure it out as we go. And that's exactly what they did. There was no script in progress. The voice actors were like saying their lines as they were animating the film. So it was like the lines were done and then they were like hurriedly kind of putting this film together. So it definitely was a trust the process kind of film. And honestly, I think it was absolutely amazing, you know, how it came out. But it was supposed to be an entirely different story, and I think that's pretty wild. In fact, the archives, the Disney archives, reached out to the producers of this film and they were like, hey, we'd love to put a version of the script into the archives. And they were like, we can't. We had no script. The voice actors were just coming up with stuff, you know? And we were just kind of going with it. We were going with the flow. So it was definitely a very interesting way to make a film, right? I added some fluff here to the front of his chest, and shark fin shapes, blades of grass here. And I'm going to do the same thing here with the hairdo here for him as well. Just maybe like one stray shark fin shape, and then just to make it look like he's got chunks of hair, I'm going to draw in what look like these little rectangle shapes and just split them apart. But this gives us the outline here for Kusco. How are we feeling so far? Pretty good, not too bad. We're doing all right. So if you guys are focused, silent, hard at work. I like it, okay. Well, we'll keep trucking along. We won't lose our momentum here. And we can start to wake up Kusco here next. Let's start to add in some facial features for him. His smile here, since we've already got his mouth done, we can pretty much just follow that horizontal guideline and start to bring his smile back into our rectangle. And then we're going to swoop it up here with this slight curve. It's a little bit of a letter U. It gives him a little bit of like this sly smile, kind of mischievous a little bit. And his nose here, well, it's already there. We just need a nostril. So I'm just going to add in this little rainbow curve flush up against the front of his face. Now his eye here, his eye is going to take up pretty much all of that space in this little square that we created. So I'm going to use my shoulder here. I'm going to use the rotation of it and just draw very lightly a bunch of these circles. Try not to move your wrist when you draw circles here. It'll really help if you get the swing of your shoulder doing it for you. Once you've got the eye shape here down, we can lock it in, and I am going to give him a little eyelid here just to show the sass behind his eyes here. And then we can add in his pupil. And we talked about, you know, who he's voiced by, right? David Spade. If you don't know who that is, if you're a big fan of Adam Sandler, if you've ever seen an Adam Sandler film, he's the blonde guy in every single Adam Sandler film. But a very, very amazing comedian, and he really brought a lot of sass to this llama here. Very, very dramatic. And we've got lots of amazing voice actors all throughout this film, right? We've got Patrick Warburton voicing Kronk. We have Pacha, of course, as John Goodman as Pacha in this film. And then we've also got Yzma, right? Eartha Kitt. Pretty amazing actress, very amazing voice actress. And Eartha Kitt here, there's Yzma, at the end of the film, right, she turns into an animal. Do you guys remember what animal it was? A cat, yeah. That was just a little, like, Easter egg, because she also played Catwoman in the 60s, so it was kind of just like a fun little Easter egg for them. I'm adding a little letter U curve here for his pupil, and we do need to give him an eyebrow, so that way he can be nice and expressive on our paper. So I'm just going to bring a diagonal line, pretty much just following the curve of his forehead, or I guess the slant of his forehead. And as we get past the pupil here, I'm just going to bring down the tail end of his brow. Just this like very small line. We can also add in his ears here as well, so that way we've got that completed look. And the first ear is going to start closer to the back of his head. It looks like a really big, like, teardrop shape here, upside down teardrop shape. So I'm going to draw with this big rainbow curve here, big candy cane curve to start, and then we can just pinch it together here back on his forehead. Now this ear here, this one is turned more towards us, so we'll actually be able to see the inside fold of this ear. So we'll add this letter V towards the bottom of it. And then the other ear is going to be more away from us. So we do want to turn it away just a little bit more. And this one's going to be a little bit skinnier as well, since it is farther away from us. We won't see all of it in its entirety here. So we're just going to add in this nice big rainbow. Now, there was a documentary actually made about the making of this film when it was still Kingdom of the Sun. Sting and his wife, they got pretty upset because after they were brought on to make the music for this film, and they made a lot of music for this film, and they scrapped everything when they started over, they got kind of upset and made a documentary about the making of. I think you can find it on YouTube. It's not on Disney Plus, unfortunately, but it is a really interesting documentary that kind of just documents really everything when it comes to the making of a film, and you can see just how laborious that process is and how much it sucks when you gotta start over, right? I'm gonna add in his bangs here as well towards the front of his head. Just a big like shark fin shape here pointing up, or a big blade of grass pointing up, and a shark fin coming down in front of his forehead. And once you, bless you, got your bangs in here for Kusco, that's pretty much everything you need for your very own portrait. Anything else you add does become extra credit. I do like to add a whole bunch of shading here, since he is more of that like deep brown tone. So I'm just going to use the side of my pencil to fill in that space there nice and quick. But anything else you add is, again, extra credit except your signature. So find yourself a spot, sign your name, because you have to draw your very own portrait of Kusco. All right, how did we do? Pretty good, not too bad. Stunned into silence by how amazing our artwork came out. I like it. You guys are like, I can't wait to put this on the fridge when I get home. Very cool, very cool. Well, I'd love to see all of your sketches here as well. So a quick count of 3 and we'll have an art show. And don't be afraid to take a look around. Everyone's got a unique style. All right, sign your sketch, and on the count of 3, ready? 1, 2, 3. Let's see this drama. Fabulous job here in the middle rows. I'm loving these front row. We did great. Yes, bold line work here all around. Filling up our pages here. Really nice job. You guys are like humble artists. Oh, yes, Spider-Man. Nice job in the macros. You guys all did fantastic. Give yourselves a big round of applause. These came out great. Nice work. Now those sketches are of course yours to keep, so do take them off your boards, take them with you. And you guys are graduates, so you can always come back for another class. We don't see you again, have a fabulous rest of your day, and class is dismissed. Bye guys.
Let's give Sandra a big round of applause, everyone. Thank you, Sandra. And thank y'all for joining us here today at the Animation Academy. Your exit doors are now open. They are the same 3 doors you came in through at the beginning of class. Before you head on out, if you could do us a small favor, just by propping your boards up against the seats the way that you found them, that will help us out a lot with the cleanup. We'd appreciate it so much. It will also help you not lose things underneath those boards, so please look around your area before you go. Underneath the seats and in between the benches as well, just in case something is hiding from you in those spots. Take with you your drawings, those are yours to keep. If you don't want to keep your sketches, you can recycle them outside in the wire basket located at the bottom of the ramp as you head on down. Now, if you want to keep sketching, you can do that down at the Sorcerer's Workshop. They have desk space and our St. pencils for you there. But if you plan on joining us for more classes, we'd love to have you back. All we ask is that you line up again outside. And if we don't see you again, we hope you have an animated rest of your day here at Disney California Adventure.
We came in here what time? 2:30? Yeah, like circles. Carry the platypus.
Thank you. Oh. That one down. You know,
Minnie Mouse, then. That's all I've done today.
perfect. You know, you're a great teacher. You,
Thank you.
everybody on here says, you know, you, the way you explain it makes it very easy. Thank you. All right, so we got some of their pieces. There were some other people waiting for her. Who's next? Jesse is next. I'll show you the... We didn't see her draw... We didn't see them draw Minnie. So, but I'll show you. And the line is long now. So this was their Minnie. We have not done a compliment. This was their Ember. And their Agent Pete. Like I said, I think I have a couple more, but this is the first one that I had gotten from them. This is 2023. I want to be careful how I fold it. Miss Moon says nice. Disney Love says hydrate time. Thank you, Disney Love. Let's see here. Miss Moon says, Javier setting the record. No. We should one of these days from the beginning. Wonder says, Emperor's New Groove is one of my favorites. One of my nicknames my family calls me is Chicha. Eric Hidalgo, welcome. This one says, pretty funny character. Danielle Cardoso, welcome. Says, what a great way to spend the day. It is.
Oh, we can't go. I forgot, we got that. Yeah, so after this we go there and then we go to Disney.
Oh, you know what? Hollywoodland. What is this considered? Entertainment? Whoa. Or attraction? Would it be entertainment? Thank you. Junior says, see entertainment. Okay, let me finish it. Oh, I don't remember what her city was. Well, we can do a cast compliment. I know they spell their name Danny, D-A-N-I. Trey Hodges, welcome in. We're inside the Animation Academy. Or actually, what's it called? The building? So in here you have different options. You can do Turtle Talk with Crush. You can do the Animation Academy to come and draw. You can do the Anna and Elsa meetup. the character close-up, Anna and Elsa. And you got the Sorcerer's Workshop over there. We used to have the library. This one says, why did they take the library out of there? I don't remember what the reasoning for it was. All this, that area was probably not utilized too much until
For a party of four that doesn't mind sitting, like,
until
going to your ride vehicles.
we heard that it was getting taken out. Then they got super busy.
You can move the stacks of paper if you find yourself on an edge. Just flop it into a different row or over here on the stage is good too. But that is everybody. How you guys doing today? Nice. Sounds like the churros are keeping you going. Well, welcome to the Animation Academy, everyone. My name is Danny, and I'm going to be teaching you how to draw the most rootinest, toothless cowgirl in the Wild Wild West. We are drawing Jessie from Toy Story for this class. It sounds like we're really excited for Toy Story 5, right? Yeah. I'm super, super excited. It looks really fun. Before we get started with Jessie, we got a couple of things to go over. Over here on the stairs is my friend Darren. Everyone say hi, Darren. Hi. Darren's going to hang out with us today. He's going to show you your exit doors just in case you got to go a little bit early. It's the same ones you came in through. Those 3 doors, pick one, give it a hard push, and you can head on out at any time. Just know that it's a one-way exit. No way back in unless you bring me a churro. The apple pie one, please. If you haven't tried it, delicious. But take a look at your pencils. Darren can help you out with pencils if you need them, if they break or anything like that. But your pencils didn't come with one thing. What are we missing? Yeah, no erasers here on purpose. We draw in a style that doesn't need erasing. We're going to draw lightly in the beginning. So that way, if you don't like something about your sketch, you won't really see it towards the end. Because we're going to darken up the things that we do like about our sketch. So let your light lines be messy. It's like you're practicing. You don't have to make it perfect in the beginning. So with Jessie, we are drawing a portrait of her, just her neck up. Now we're going to start off with a circle. I would say about the size of like a tangerine, those little oranges that you put in your lunch boxes. We're going to place this right in the middle of your paper. I'm going to leave room on top for her hat, but the hat is optional here. I'm going to start drawing in just this round shape. It doesn't have to be perfectly round. If it's a little lopsided, that's okay. You can fix it up by adding in some more lines here, but it just has to be something that you can use, something that you can work with here. Once you have the Pixar ball on your paper, we're going to start adding in some guidelines. Over here towards the left side of my circle is where I'm going to add this nice, tall, stretched out parentheses. It's like you're making a very chunky crescent moon. But for Jessie, she's going to be sitting at that 3/4 angle, where her face is angled upwards a little bit. So I'm going towards the bottom third, and I'll add in the stretched out rainbow here. So now you have something that looks like the Xbox symbol that fell over. We're going to add in her chin. So the circle is only the top half of her head. Where your eye line, where your rainbow meets that right or left side of your circle, I'm going to start to stretch out this, just another parentheses, this letter C, just giving her that little piece of her cheek sticking out here. And I'm going to follow pretty closely to the bottom of my circle, the stretched out letter U shape that I'm going to connect to where the other side of the eye line is sticking out. So that'll give us her chin. Right where her chin ended up, this is where we can add in her ear here. So right where we left off, I'm adding in what looks like this backwards letter C, or you can think about this like a teacup handle. This is something that we can keep. These last couple of lines we sketched in, her ear and her chin. If you like what you're seeing there, you can start to trace back over those things that you like. But as you're tracing, you're going to press down harder with your pencil. And you'll see how those lines really pop forward and stand out over the rest of the sketch. Her ear is really standing out in my sketch right now. And that is a process called locking in your lines or locking down your shapes. So this is why we don't need erasers. The dark lines will do that for you. You don't have to worry about switching tools or anything like that. Now for Jessie, since we're going to be adding in her neck, we are going to see a bit of her shirt as well. She has that cowgirl shirt that's buttoned up really nice and tall. But right where your guideline is meeting the bottom of her chin, this is where we're going to draw just a short little parentheses on this left side here. And then about halfway between that and her ear is where I'm going to pull down the other side of her neck. So this one's going to be a little bit longer. I want them to end up around the same length underneath. It's like you're drawing the trunk of a tree. But then we'll show that her collar is really pulled up and buttoned up really high up. So I'm drawing in the stretched out letter U shape, pretty close to her chin there. You see this little triangle start to form. And to show that the collar is buttoned up, we'll see the two sides opening up here in the front by adding in this upside down letter V. And then you can take the bottom of that upside down letter V and connect each side to the outside part of her neck. Now I know that was a lot of details here, but I want to start adding in her hair too. For Jessie, her hair, since she's a doll, what is her hair made out of? Yeah, it's made out of yarn hair. So she's got this middle part to it. We're going to sketch the top part of her hair and that braid that she has. So let's pop up to right where that guideline is meeting the top part of my circle. And we're going to draw a backwards letter C and a forwards letter C right next to each other. So this will be that middle part to her hair. And it's going to go a little bit into your circle here. So the midpoint of it is where your circle is. I'm going to take the bottom here and I'm going to stretch it on out until I reach the side of my circle here on the left. So it's going to start to disappear behind that side of her head. This right side, the bottom of where her bangs are going to go, is going to tuck in behind her ear. So that's what's happening on that left side, but her ear, since we don't see that left ear, it's just going on the other side of her head here. So now we have these really stretched out like hook shapes or these candy cane shapes. The top part of her hair is where you're going to take the top part of those letter C's. And on this left side, I'm just going to pull everything until it pinches in towards the side part of her head. It looks like you have this teardrop shape forming. I also like to think about it like if you've drawn Goofy or Pluto with us, this is the shape of their ears, and it looks like their ears are wrapped around her head. On this right side, her hair is going to be a little bit wider here, just tucking right back in behind her ear. But that way we can see how it'll flow into the braid that's going to sit right underneath her ear here. So that braid, I like to describe it as a couple of leaf shapes. You can make her braid as long as you want. But these leaf shapes, I'm going to sketch these out lightly. So I'm going to draw what looks like this rounded letter V coming out from the side of her head. And then I'll just attach another leaf shape layering up with that first one here. it almost, to me, this reminds me a lot of how like cactuses or cacti start to form their leaves to them. And originally, Jessie was not going to be a cowgirl doll. She was actually going to be a cactus. Yeah, she was going to be a cactus doll called Senorita Cactus. And this was because the original idea for Toy Story 2 was that they wanted two toys to be the bad guys, the antagonists. So there were, who was the actual antagonist of Toy Story 2? Yeah, Stinky Pete or the Prospector. And so he was gonna have basically like a partner in crime, and her name was Senorita Cactus. Let me see if I can find her here. Of course, we left this a mess. Ah, there she is. This is what she was going to look like. Yeah. But this was before those cacti came out, those cactus toys that would repeat everything that you say at the high-pitched sound. And I'm wondering if they need to put that into one of the Toy Story movies. That would be hilarious. If they're going to bring back Senorita Cactus, that's what she's going to be, right? But with her originally being a villain, I'm wondering if that's why they casted the voice of Jessie. Does anyone know who her voice actress is? Yeah. What? Yeah, Joan Cusack is the voice of Jessie, and I always remember Joan Cusack from the Addams Family Values. Yeah, as Debbie. I love her villain origin story for that. Her motivation was that she didn't get the doll that she wanted from her family. Her parents got her Malibu Barbie, and she was a ballerina. And we actually get Malibu Barbie in Toy Story 2. I'm gonna I drew in like a little ribbon there for her braid to be tied up in. The end of her braid is just going to look like the end of a candle flame here on its side. Now, if you want to add in some texture to make it look like yarn, because yarn is thicker than individual strands of hair, not like a Barbie doll, she's going to have these thicker pieces of yarn here. They really wanted to expand on Woody's world and world building when it came to this character, because they mixed and matched whatever toys they could into like whatever toys they could get the rights to for Toy Story, because they couldn't get too many brand name toys. I believe the only ones were Barbie as well as the Potato Head. That is a brand name Hasbro toy, while Barbie is from Mattel. But they were going to get a different character for Toy Story 1. They were going to have a villain in that. They were actually asking Care Bears if they could make an evil Care Bear for Toy Story 1. Yeah, that didn't go too well. But we did get an evil bear in Toy Story 3. Yeah, Lotso Huggin' Bear was that original bear that they were going to make a Care Bear. But I have her braid here in place. You can already start to see Jessie, right? If you shade this in solid black and white. Who's that Pokemon? It's Jessie. Let's get into her facial features now. We're going to draw in her nose. She has some human-like features, even though she is a doll. She has this upturned nose, which is going to be this upside down letter V or this mountain peak here, right where your two guidelines are meeting. And Jessie, in the show for Woody's Roundup, she actually has a special skill. What does she do to call the animals to the Roundup? Yeah, she can yodel. So we're going to show her with this nice big open mouth smile, just like she's yodeling. So underneath her nose, I'm going to bring across this letter U shape, a little bit closer to the eye line there on this right side, more towards the middle. And then you want to add in this little smile line to show that her smile is pushing up her cheek. You can leave it like that, but you can also open up her smile by bringing down another letter U from end to end. So now it looks like you have a banana. On the inside of her mouth, we're going to see that top row of teeth from this angle. So it's a very thin sliver of a letter U shape with this crescent moon. And her tongue will sit towards the bottom right as a little rainbow. This is where I suggest adding in some shading for the inside of her mouth, so that way we can see the teeth and the tongue a little bit better. But we want to get to the most expressive part of a character. What's that going to be? Of course, the eyes have it. Now her eyes are going to rest right on top of that horizontal guideline, that stretched out rainbow. But I'm going to stretch out a couple of letter U shapes. Now the one on the left is going to be smaller than the one on the right just because of the angle that she's facing in. And now it looks like she's singing to herself. She might look like she's taking a little nap too. But to wake her on up, we're going to round out the sides of her eyes here. So we're going to round out the left side and then just bring across this tall rainbow. I'm bringing it pretty close to where her braid is, or where her hair is. And she's going to look a little spooky right now. She looks like she's seen some things. Luckily, she didn't have the pleasure of meeting Sid's dog. We're going to draw her pupils looking off towards the side. You can actually draw her looking anywhere. Maybe she's mimicking Forky and looking in different directions. Maybe she's got hearts in her eyes and she's seeing Buzz, and maybe he's in his Spanish mode. You know, she really finds that very fun. Maybe you want to draw some cacti in her eyes for Señorita Cactus. I'm going to make sure her eyes are really nice and dark though, so that way they stand out over the rest of my sketch. She also has a bit of a thicker lash line up here, so we're going to paint this thicker line right here at the very top of her eyes. It does come to more of a flat edge here next to the top corner. So you can even just draw like a tiny little lash up in the top upper corner and just have that blend in towards the curve of her eye. Now this movie was made in the 90s, so she has those 90s brows. She's going to have these thinner brows wedged in between her hair and her eyes here. So I'm just going to draw two arches up and over each eye. But the last thing that we're going to need is that cowgirl hat of hers. Now this cowgirl hat is pretty big. So we're going to make this big saucer sitting on top of her head. It's going to look like a big halo. The start point of it, I'm going to start right here next to the left eye, and I'm going to end up over here, I'll go lower, over here by the middle of her ear. So I'm going to start off by sketching out this big letter U shape, and then I'm going to hook it back around and start making this big sideways, I guess, horseshoe shape to be very accurate with the cowboy references here. But it's a pretty big halo shape, saucer shape. Yeah, it's a pretty big hat. Now, speaking of hats, for Toy Story, there's been a theory out there that Andy's mom might have been Emily, which was Jesse's original owner. Now, I'm not so sure about that because she doesn't make any mention of it, but in a flashback scene with Andy playing with Woody, he's actually wearing this red cowboy hat, and that's not Woody's hat. Woody's hat is brown, but Jesse's hat is red with the white trim on it. So we're thinking that maybe somehow she at least had the idea of Jesse, or at least Woody's roundup. Because when Al was trying to buy Woody from the garage sale, his mom says that he's an heirloom. So, bless you. Are we allergic to heirlooms? I mean, garage sales do have a lot of dust. But for Toy Story 2, we almost didn't get the movie. They were about 80% done with the film when something happened. The computer decided it was done. And they were watching it get deleted, and they said, oh no, we need to stop it. And they pulled the plug just in time for it to basically almost be entirely gone. And they were looking for someone who might have had the film saved to their hard drive. They're looking everywhere. And it was one person. There was one person who had a copy of the work that they had done, at least most of it. She was on maternity leave, one of these workers at Pixar, and she said, I have it. She was a stay-at-home mom at that point. So mom saved the day, right? I'm going to draw in the very tip top of her hat. We're always seeing a little bit of it poking out from behind this big old brim that she has. I just want to make sure that it can sit on her head. Now it also has this stitching that goes around the edge. And you can get fancy with the spices, but I'm going to make this pretty easy by adding just a bunch of diagonal lines. And that is everything that you're going to need for your own sketch of this cowgirl Jessie. Anything else you want to add, of course, is extra credit. You can add in some shading to her braid, you can add in a background, you can add in some of your other favorite toys. But find a good spot somewhere next to Jesse and sign your name once you're all done. All right. Finishing up our sketches. Did you guys have fun?
Yes.
I love it. I want to see how all of your sketches turned out. So on the count of 3, turn your boards around, all right? 1, 2, 3. Let's see Jessie. Very nice job. These are looking great. Everyone really captured her really bright personality and these smiles. Excellent job over here. We got some tiny dolls. We got some giant dolls. I'm loving these looks. Oh, the cactus. Very nice. Excellent job. And these nice big hats, too. I love your sketchbook there. These are looking great. You guys did a fabulous job with all these toys. Ooh, sassy Jessie. I love it. Give yourselves a big round of applause. You passed the Animation Academy. Now, these drawings are yours to keep and take home with you as souvenirs. So go ahead and take them off your boards. I'm going to leave you all here with Darren. He's going to help you on out. If we don't get to see you again, have a great rest of your day, and class is dismissed.
Big round of applause for your artist, Danny, everyone. Thank you so much, Danny. And thank you all for joining us here at the Animation Academy. The doors on your left are now open. But before you leave, we ask that you please prop your boards up back against the seats, put the pencils back in the spring. If you have any paper that you'd like to recycle, we ask that you please toss it in the recycling bin at the bottom of the ramp as you exit. If you'd like to continue working on the drawings of Jessie, we have plenty of pencils and table space. Exiting the same doors that you entered into, same doors, not those doors. We have plenty of pencils and table space at our Sources Workshop. You're more than welcome to continue them there. If you'd like to join us for our next class, we'd love to have you back for that. We just ask that you please exit the theater.
All right, guys, we're probably gonna take a break to show you the drawings. Let me see who's next.
I'm actually surprised that why does my work like a sombrero?
Let me see.
I should have made a cowboy hat, just like a normal, regular cowboy hat.
Who is for Stitch and then Lily Pad again. I guess we can stay for Stitch.
Do we know what the other things are?
And then since we already drew Lily Pad, what I got a notebook there. Yeah, thank you. Since we drew Lily Pad, what's up, Disney Magical? Wonders hello, the people's reaction. Hey, how are you? How are you doing?
Good. Hey.
Yes.
Hey.
Which one? The Main Street says, to all who come to this happy place, Disneyland proudly presents our spectacular festival pageant of nighttime magic and imagination in thousands of sparkling lights and electro-syntho-magnetic musical sounds. The Main Street Electrical Parade.
Woohoo!
Yes. Awesome. How you doing? Huh?
Good.
Good. How are you?
Yeah. Well, it's the what?
She's working. She's working.
Oh man.
Yeah. Huh? This is you. Where's your mom? Oh. Good to see you. You're waiting in line for. What are you waiting in line for? Anna Elsa? Cool, nice. Huh? Awesome. Huh? Yeah.
Tell Joanne that you colored it. Okay?
I'm a teller. I'm a teller. Have you done any of the drawing here?
We have in the past.
You have in the past? Cool. Huh?
Hey,
Yeah.
tell Joanne that you colored it.
What's that?
Tell Joanne that you colored it, okay?
Yes, I'll tell Celeste. Yeah. Cool. Bye. Take care.
Tell the rest that you saw me.
That I saw you? Yeah.
So just don't
I will.
forget to say
I will for
hello
sure.
Maya, okay?
Bye. Bye. There you go, Wondrous. Your song. Jude says, Bug's Life, R.I.P. Miss Moon, it never hurts to ask. I just saw the comment. Worst they can say is no. NF says, do you know if these cast members, artists are hired? Sorry, guys. I didn't realize how long I've been on. Hold on, give me a minute. It sucks not having a workstation. See, look, everybody, so many people throw their art pieces away. Oh, I forgot. I'm not on mic yet. It's hard to button your shirt with 1.5 paws. NF says, do they have casting calls for this job of artist teacher like they do for princesses? Seems a unique talent. Yeah, you know, good question. Disneyland says, do you have a snack to eat while you wait? No. We're okay though. I got water. It's just hard to do anything, like I said, because there's nothing to rest the gimbal on. Jude says it was Beauty and the Beast library also, and Ariel Under the Sea sing along karaoke. It was so much fun. Miss Moon says, so awesome to have drawing talent. Well, you know, and it's, you know, such a art, not only to have the talent to draw, but also to explain it in simple terms. Again, thank you everybody for being here. But I'm trying to just... Patrick said just crack the ice cold Modelo after Brett's baseball batting practice. Nice. Enjoy, my friend. Salute.
Two more down here. Lots of seats here in the orange one as well. Make sure you go on all the little seats there for all the Daniel gaps. Now once you're seated, chef, three things on your mark: a board, paper, and a pencil. Those are the only three things you get to draw here today. It's going to be a fun class. You're drawing my favorite Disney character the whole time. Excellent. Well, how's everyone
You're
doing
great
today?
at teaching as well.
Not too bad. Welcome to Animation Academy. My name is Darren. I'm a Disney artist. Here to teach you all how to draw Stitch. Now, as y'all were entering, you were all greeted by my awesome friend Sandra. Everyone say, hi Sandra. Now, Sandra's going to be here to help you out. As circles does happen to break here, stage that nice and high. Either myself or Sandra will be more than happy to help you. Now, Sandra's also up there to show your exit doors. If you need to see the class very easy, just give one of those doors a great big push, just like she's demonstrating there. And it will lead you right back outside door courtyard. Thank you, Sandra. Now, for any of my new timers here today, you might have noticed that your pencils are missing an eraser. That's because here at the Academy, we draw in a style called rough sketching. What that means is, we're going to be starting off by drawing very light and loose, really rough and messy. And as we start to get into those details, we're going to go back in later to darken in the lines that we want to keep. Now, with all that being said, though, are you folks ready to draw Space Dog today? Yeah, excellent. To get us started with our portrait of Stitch, he's going to start with a basic shape, and that shape's going to be a half circle here. And so right towards the middle of our paper, you want to start with a half circle. I'd say about the size of a hard-shell taco is a good size for your sheet of paper there. Now, as you can see here, I'm actually starting off at the bottom of my half circle. Depending on how long you make that flat line is how wide Stitch's head is going to be. And so I'll keep that nice and light. Start to build at the top of that half circle by building up this very big rainbow sitting right towards the top. So right now it's going to look like we have the epic sunrise from the Lion King sitting here on our paper. Now with that half circle in place though, we do want to widen out the bottom of Stitch's head, and so we're going to go just below our half circle. And I'm going to extend down the sides of my shape a little bit more, just bringing down a short vertical line down here on each side. And then just below those 2 points, we'll lightly connect them together with a stretched out letter U. And so you want to think of this like we just turned our sunrise more into this very big gumdrop shape for his head now. And now that we got his head shape in place, just to show that Stitch is going to be facing towards us, we're going to hop to the top of our gumdrop, and we're going to lightly cut this in half, right down the middle here. And this will give us our basic foundation for Stitch, but it looks nothing like him. And now that we have this foundation in place, first feature we're going to add in for our alien is his very big nose here. And so when it comes to adding in Stitch's nose, we're going to go right to the middle of his head, and just right between our guidelines here, we're going to lightly sketch in this very big circle here in the center. And you want about 2/3 of that circle just right above that flat line, with just a little third of it going right below it. But we'll go ahead and still keep the circle very light, very sketchy. Because Stitch's nose isn't perfectly round like a clown nose like this. It's actually more of a very subtle rounded triangle. And so what we're going to do next is actually carve into our circle, going about halfway down here. And I'm going to bring this down to a very soft point right at the bottom. So I'm turning this really into this very stretched out letter V from about halfway down that circle. And so once I got that letter V in place, we can also go back in and we can lock in the rest of Stitch's nose all the way around here. Now for any of my new timers here, whenever we say locking in, that's really just a fancy way we like to say, really bold or darken in your favorite lines from those other ones that we started with. So now it should look like we have this almost like a koala shaped kind of nose to him, or as Nolly likes to call him, an evil koala. Now this evil koala does need to be able to breathe, and so to get him some nostrils next, we're going to go to the inside of his nose, and right along the sides, we're going to draw in these two small little candy canes, one on each side of his nose here. Now we're just seeing a little sliver of Stitch's nostrils from this perspective, but his nostrils are actually pretty big on him. Because if you think about it, Stitch here can pick his own nose with his tongue. So talk about talented and resourceful here. Now that we got his nostrils in place, when it comes to his nose here, it doesn't really much sit on his snout, and that's because Stitch was actually loosely modeled after a French bulldog. And so he doesn't have much of a snout to him, just a couple of wrinkles that sits above his nose. And so to add in those little wrinkles, we're going to hop right above his nose now. And we're going to cap this off with two short little rainbows going right across the top here. It's going to look like this little incomplete Wi-Fi symbol sitting above his nose. He probably doesn't get the best reception. Since Stitch does get mistaken for a dog in the film, he does have some dog-like features in him as well. And one of those features is that little line, that little split that dogs have below their nose, what we call their philtrum here. And so we're going to go right below his nose, and we're going to lock in just a bit of our guideline right below it. Then from this split, this is where we want to give Stitch this very mischievous kind of smile. And so we'll start his smile nice and light, going right below his philtrum here. And we're going to lightly draw across a flat line here at first. So right now it's going to look like we're giving Stitch this meh kind of face. Like he woke up and didn't have his coffee this morning. And so to really turn this into a smile, we're going to go from the ends of our flat line, and we're going to bring up just a small little curve here on each side of that flat line. But to make his smile even cuter, from the tops of these curves, we want to give Stitch what we call smile lines next. And these here are just a couple of rainbows on the ends to show us that his cheeks are going to be pushed up as he smiles nice and big here. And as we go back in to lock in the rest of Stitch's smile, just right below it, we do need to give him a little indentation for his lower lip. And so when it comes to adding in that lower lip next, just right below his smile, you want to stretch across this very wide letter U right below here. So now that we've got that lower lip in place, this pretty much gives us all we need for the lower half of our alien. And so when it comes to working on Stitch's eyes next, Stitch here has what we like to call a character mask. That's going to be that light shade of blue that actually wraps around his eyes. Now when it comes to building up these masks, think of these neck shapes, feel like we're building up these very big eggs, or even like to think of these as avocados as well. Ooh, an avocado. Thanks. So right along the sides of the nose there, I'm pulling up the inner part of the mask, pulling up this vertical line, and as I reach the top of his head, I'm going to bring this up into a very big arch, very tall rainbow, and I'm just blending this rainbow right into the sides of his head there. But to really give myself that egg shape, that avocado to the mask, we're going to hop right above our smile lines here, and we'll close it off at the bottom with a stretched out letter U. Now, when the artists were developing the story for Lilo and Stitch here, the original concept they had in mind was that they wanted an alien to be lost in a forest. And this alien had to overcome his isolation and really figure out where he belonged. And when they were trying to think of a location for Stitch to be stranded on, though, the first location that they had in mind was that they wanted Stitch to be lost in Kansas. Can you imagine Stitch in Kansas? kind of roaming through cornfields. But they actually sat back and thought about it and realized that there was never actually a Disney film set in Hawaii. And so they decided to change the location to Kauai, and to make Stitch more isolated, they just made him scared of water. But now that we got those masks in place, right now we still kept them nice and light. Because at the tops of his masks, that's where his eyebrows are going to be resting. And so to make our alien more expressive, to add in those eyebrows for Stitch, we're going to hop to the tops of those character masks here. And we're going to thicken up the top just a bit more here on each side. But Stitch very much is a product of the 90s. He's got these pencil thin brows. So you don't want to make these too thick on Stitch. No, he's not about that 2026 life. Once you got his eyebrows on point, just right above Stitch's eyebrows here, he does have a little wrinkle that serves as his eyebrow muscle. And so to add in that little muscle, we're just going to hop right above his eyebrows. And we're going to follow that same rainbow up and around, giving myself that little bit of space there, or that thickness for his eyebrow muscles. So now that we have all this detail in place, now's the time for us to really bring Stitch to life. When it comes to adding in his eyes next, since he is an alien, he's got these very big almond shapes to his eyes. And so when it comes to building up his eyes here, we'll break this down into a couple steps. Starting towards the bottom of our character masks, right on the inside here, we'll build up the tops of his eyes first by pulling up this very big candy cane right on the inside here. But if you're looking at this curve and thinking to yourself, oh my gosh, Darren, I don't know if I even want to attempt to draw in his eyes, you're more than welcome to keep the curves just like this. And you can say that Stitch is smiling super big, that his eyes are closed. He's looking super kawaii. If you want to complete that almond shape, we're just going to go to the end of that candy cane. We'll round out the side of his eye by bringing down the stretched out letter C. And then from the bottom of our 2 points here, we'll connect them together with this very subtle letter U, almost a flat line for the bottom. And so now that we've got those almond shapes in place, we don't want to leave Stitch like this here, otherwise he's going to look like he's seeing some things. Looking a little spookier. And so since his eyes are so big on him, they actually capture a lot of light on the inside. And so to give him that nice little sparkle of light, we're going to go to the tops of his eyes here. And from the top, we're going to draw in this small little circle. And as we go back in to shade in his eyes, we'll keep that small circle nice and light and really shade everything around it nice and dark here. And this is to give Stitch that nice shine to his eyes here as well. Stitch's voice was actually done by a man named Chris Sanders, and he also happens to be one of the directors of this film and the creator of Lilo and Stitch himself. But a little fun fact about Chris, though, is that after his time at Disney, after he worked on the films and the TV series, he actually moved over to DreamWorks and worked on a couple films there. Now, my favorite trilogy that Chris was a part of was How to Train Your Dragon. And he's actually the artist behind designing Toothless, the dragon in those films. Now that we've got Stitch nice and awake, he likes to brag that he's so cute and fluffy, yes. And so to add some fluff, some fur to our alien here, we're going to hop to the top of his head, and we're going to draw in 3 little shark fins, little blades of grass. And so I'm starting with my first shark fin going straight up, with a second shark fin that's going to curve towards his left eyebrow here. And you'll want to follow that with one more shark fin coming down. Instant fluff. Now once you've got his fur in place, his head here is the next feature we'll go back and lock in all the way around here. Now I remember growing up when I heard that this film was going to take place in Hawaii, I got super excited, and I actually grew up on the island of Oahu. Well, when I learned that Stitch was from Kauai, I got super bitter. I guess my island's a little too touristy for the plot line of this film. But if you actually get a chance to go to Kauai, there's a cute little town there called Hanapepe. And in this town, there's a giant mural painted on one of the buildings there that says, "Welcome to Kauai, home of Lilo and Stitch." Super cute. So there you folks have it. We've got Stitch the Dumpling sitting here on our paper. What's he missing here on the sides of his head? Yes, those very big ears of his. Now, when it comes to adding these ears, just like his head shape, his ears do start as a couple of half circles. And so we're gonna hop to the sides of his head, and we're gonna build up the height of his ears first by lightly stretching up a diagonal line here on each side of his head. And to really complete that half circle, we're gonna go to the top of our line here, and we're gonna lightly bring down the stretched out letter C, and we're gonna lightly connect these right to the sides of his head. So right now it's going to look like he has these very big apple slices or potato wedges for ears here at first. But we do want to keep these nice and light because it actually does have some folds to the insides of his ears. And so when it comes to adding in those folds next, I'm going to start with the ear on the left. And to add in this fold, we'll break this down into a couple steps. From the top of our half circle here, we're going to bring up what's going to look at this very tall candy cane. And I'm going to bring this candy cane down about halfway down that diagonal line. And as I reach that middle point here, I'm going to reverse the curve, and I'll go ahead and lightly connect this right to the side of his head. So all together, this should look like we sketched in this very stretched out letter S. As Stitch's ears are cone-shaped, and they're not just cone-shaped to make them look cute though. His ears here allow him to hear super far. Just like in the first film, when Jumba and Pleakley are spying on Stitch outside the animal shelter, and Pleakley whispers to Jumba, "How good is his hearing?" And Stitch turns around instantly and looks right at them, even though they're super far away. That's because of that cone shape to his ears. But once you got those S curves in place, we can also lock in the upper fold of Stitch's ear by just locking in that diagonal line from right between that letter S and the side of his head there. If you do want to get even fancier with the spices, he does have a lower fold to the inside of his ear. And so if you want to add in this fold, just right towards the bottom, this one's just a thin little triangle, just a little blade of grass right at the bottom of each ear here. Now we still kept the outsides of his ears nice and light, because he actually does have some notches, some cuts out of his ears, to show that he's gotten into some trouble in his time, some bites. And so when it comes to adding in these notches, for this left ear here, this notch is going to be cut out towards the top. And so you want to add in this sideways letter V, little pizza size out of his ear there. But for the ear on the right hand side, this one's going to be towards the bottom. And so I'm going to add this one a little bit lower to that lower fold. Now once you got those notches in place, we can also go back in and we can lock in the rest of his ear all the way around now. Once you've got that nice and dark though, that A is going to be the last step that you need for your sketches of this alien here. And so this is the time in your drawings when you want to go back in, do some touch-up work, really darken in any lines that might have faded away in the drawing process that you'd love to stand out nice and dark here. But the last mark any artist truly needs to leave on their work before it's complete are going to be your signatures. So make sure you do find a spot somewhere next to your space dog, and go ahead and sign big and proud, because you have just learned how to draw your very own portrait of Stitch, Experiment 626. Alright, now in the end, did you all have fun? Yes, that's the most important part about drawing, it's really having fun here. Well, before we say goodbye, let's see all amazing aliens here today. So we're going to have a quick little art show. On the count of three, they'll be all to raise your boards high and proud. And take a moment to look around, because we all drew Stitch a little differently here. And so 1, 2, 3, Stitch, everyone. Let's take a look out here. Amazing work here in the first 2 rows. Nice big happy aliens all around here. And in the middle rows as well, look at those nice big expressive eyes, really tall ears. You guys definitely know what the proportions and his likeness. Look, it's so cute. And in the back rows, look at that total line work. Super soft shading. And dare I say, these are all out of this world. You all passed the class. So give yourselves a round of applause. Because you all just graduated from the Animation Academy. And congratulations. Now those drawings are free to keep, so take those drawings off the board with you and take them home as a souvenir. Now we still have lots of classes left today. We'd love to draw through all again. But if we don't see you, hope you enjoy the rest of your day here at the resort. And class is dismissed. Bye everyone.
What a nice big round of applause for your artist, Darren. Thank you so much, Darren, and thank you guys.
guys for joining us. At this time, the doors on your left-hand side, the same doors you came in through, and your only exit doors are open. Do help us out by putting those boards back up against the seats the way you found them with the pencil in the spring. It'll help us clean up and get ready for the next class. Now those drawings are yours to keep, so please take them off your boards and take them with you on your way out. And make sure you're gathering all personal belongings. Take a look on the floor and under your boards for cell phones, wallets, keys, backpacks, and water bottles. Don't want to leave anything behind. Now those sketches are of course yours to keep. If you would like to keep working on them, you can head to the Sorcerer's Workshop, or you're welcome to head to the library as well.
Hi. Mom's over there. Hi, good to see you. What? Javier. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You did the announcement.
We did the announcement. Yeah.
So that's her with you.
No, she's not. Yeah.
14 people now. She's had
Yeah.
14 people recently.
Oh, really? That's cool. That's a lot. That's a lot. And you still got the rest of the day. All right. Yeah, right. All right. Well, good to see you guys. Take care. Bye. All right. Let me step out of here. And then we'll show you our art pieces for today.
Where's the backpack?
Let's see, which way do we go? Go this way. Let's go this way. Let's see how hot it is out here. We might just come right back in. Thank you. Oh, okay, it's hot. See if we can find a workstation or a table. And go over this. I see some tables over there. I don't know if you got to see. The monorail just passed by. What's up, guys? Happy Wednesday. Let's see, we got a couple pieces shared from Mystery Guest. Let me show this really quick. We got Mystery Guest. That's nice. Mystery Guest, I'm assuming you're doing this on are you doing it on a tablet? I like your stitch. I like the eyes. I messed my stitch up this time because I got ahead of myself and I locked the ears in without doing the cuts. So anybody, if you guys drew along, go ahead and share it. Share it either on Discord or on Instagram. Let's see here. I can't see. This is what happens when you get old, guys. Mel C, welcome. Says hi all. This is a fun way to spend the afternoon. Why are we putting drink orders in? What happened? Hold on, let me go back a little bit here. Mel, thank you for the star. Disney Mama says, how many characters have been drawn? I think they put like 8 plus that one, maybe 9. We'll check right now. I'm gonna show them to you guys. Wondrous says, I'd like a Smirnoff, peach and mango, tall boy. So Lily Pad, Ember, Donald, Kusco, Green Alien, Duck, Sully, and Jesse now stitched. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Disney Mama says, during 2020, our family did the Disney animation course on YouTube. It was a fun way to pass the time. Anyone did that? No, I wasn't aware that they had that. That was great during during that dark chapter in our lives. Disney Love says snack time and pop time. Crazy Bot says Buffini approves of snack time. Wonder says Andrew and Travieso won't share their stick figure drawings. Disney Lover 805 welcome. Says, have you been drawing all day? Is your hand tired? No, I'm good actually. Oh, maybe. I guess right now that I'm moving my fingers, they are a little cramped. I gotta fix this. I'll fix it later. I guess let me show you guys. Hold on like that. Well, I guess I'll show you the drawings for today. First one we did was Pluto. You know what? Let me flip the camera around. Was Pluto. Actually, let me back up. They look better from far away. So that was our first drawing of the day. And then I'll show you the comparison, some of these to the last time that I drew them. Let me move this over here. Lily pad. Ember. Donaldo. Sully.
Miguel, we have 5 minutes of the show, and once again, 5 minutes.
Wonder says, having my teen artist says you're really good. Thank you, but your teen artist is amazing. I don't know why I keep wanting to call him Master P, Agent P. The little alien guy. This one I like. I actually did like this one. This is my Jessie. I don't know why I get Little Debbie vibe. I want cookies now. Disney Lover 805 says, those are really nice. My dad was good at drawing, but not me. I think I mean, I know some people are born with the gift, but I think if you practice enough, you can at least get okay. One day I'll get okay. I'm okay at following directions. Like if you were to tell me draw him again, just from the fact that we just drew him, I wouldn't be able to draw him. See what I mean? I forgot to bite off before I locked him in. That's why I didn't even do it on this side. This was pre-injuries. Also, let me show you let's see, let's compare this stitch to that one. And 3 years later, I don't think there's any progress. And then who else do I have here? The alien, I don't know if there was any progress on the alien either. Oh, I think this one looks a little bit cleaner. That's a Mickey. Pluto. See, from far away you don't see all the sketching lines, the outline. It's crazy, huh? How your mind like blocks out all that stuff once you see the dark lines. Wonder says, my artist says today's are better. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Little guy with a chef hat. And then let's see, Donald from back then to Donald from, where is it? Today. That's today. I think they look pretty similar. I don't know why I had a heavier hand, I think, with the lines. What else do we got here? Forky. Oh, there's that old stitch. There's another Forky. There's our Lion King. I don't remember if he's a artist choice. It's funny because I don't got Wally in this one. No? I struggle with Wally. And then, again, this is from the artist, Danny. And then we got a few from them today. I should have gone back to ask for the Jessie, but I felt bad. I got shy. So these are the actual pieces from Danny, one of the instructors. Isma Kitty, welcome in, says, wow, I never chat, but you need to know how good those are. You are really good. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Ms. Moon says, great drawings. Thank you for chatting. Disney Lover says, there, had this girl that rode my bus. She showed me one of her sketches. Oh my God, it was outstanding. It was an amazing drawing. No, see, those all turned out great. You have improved since the last time. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Where's our artist? Our one and only, just a guy and a girl artist. We're missing Matt. Back to the chat here. Ms. Moon says, that's awesome. You can collect their drawings. Disney Love says, amazing job, Javier, with the drawing. Mr. Guest said, the one and only. Yeah, the one and only. Our one and only. Probably says that everywhere he goes. Our exclusive artist. Just a guy and a girl artist. All right, guys. Well, thank you for hanging out with us. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. That one's, it's always cool. Like I said, I get nervous because, again, we mentioned earlier, we're our biggest critics. So it's rare, you know, I can relate to people that just throw it away because they don't want to show it. Because in the past, I probably never would have shown it. But again, you guys have really allowed me to open up and share a lot of stuff that I probably wouldn't have in the past. So for that, I'm grateful for you guys in this community. But thank you guys for hanging out. Make sure you have your notifications on. Got a surprise for you for tomorrow. So make sure you hit the bell and you select the all. Thank you to all the new subscribers, all the OG subscribers, all the crazy crew members. Thank you to the mods. Sorry, it just threw me off. Thank you to the mods for all that you do, keeping this community safe. Again, thank you for the jewels, the super chats. Really appreciate it. We will be back mañana for sure at some point. So, but thank you everyone. Have a great evening. Thank you for hanging out with us, and still continue to share them. You know, if you don't want me to show them on stream, that's fine, but just share them in the community. I'm sure they're great. Have faith in yourself. All right, guys. We'll see you guys later. Everyone take care. Love you guys.